process starts with a leadership vision and the belief of necessity of adaptation and change. It is then communicated through adequate channels and becomes part and parcel of the employee's work environment. Our prominent speakers today, whether present with us or presenting online, will shed light on these aspects within the various fields, whether be it in relation to aviation, banking, construction, higher education, public health, marketing, advertising, and several others. To conclude, I'd like to extend a special thank you. I'd like to extend a special thank you to our colleagues at the College of Business who worked relentlessly to ensure the success of this conference. Special thanks to Ms. Marcel Delaroche, the head of marketing department at the College of Business, and Dr. Vladimir Simovic, who heads the research committee at the College of Business, for taking a leading role in organizing this event. Gratitude also goes to our colleagues in administration, namely the facilities, marketing, and HR and IT departments, and to the university president, Professor Isam Zabalawi, for his unconditional support. Finally, I hope you find this symposium both beneficial and enjoyable all at once. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Farid, for shedding light on the importance of the involvement of all stakeholders in digital transformation. And now we have a keynote word by our partner in continuous development. We always look up at his ambitious vision and always his realistic presentations. Dr. Khalid, it's our pleasure to have you with us today. Please, the floor is all yours. Dr. Khalid Mahdi, the Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here speaking for the fourth time in an event on the same subject, which means, bluntly, this is one of the most trendy topic right now running in the country and also around the world, and it is becoming a global necessity. Before, when we talked about digital transformation, we used to refer to it as a luxury. It's no longer a luxury, it's a necessity right now. Building the infrastructure, the human capital, and all the necessary legal and regulatory structures becoming an essential part of transforming digitally to a new realm. But I wanted to shed the light on, from the Kuwaiti context, some of the few, let me put it in a very nice way, few steps, but they are very critical, that being taken. And I'm very happy to see Mrs. Hayal Wadani as well joining us in this event, because she is one of the leaders in that digital transformation. Digital transformation becoming a part of the Kuwait Vision 2035 from day one, as we are experiencing what we call the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution right now is becoming not just a reality, but it became a necessity. And after what we went through the COVID-19, we are now in the position of pushing all the efforts toward that digital transformation. If we look at digital transformation and we ask the question, are we targeting digital transformation, or we are using it as a tool or as a way or a path towards something else? It is actually the pathway to digital economy. And it is even extended to a diversification of the economy. So if we are looking at the overall arching umbrella of the Kuwait Vision, which is diversification of the economy, which is one of the pillars in the 2035 vision, we are looking at digital economy as part of this diversification, and digital transformation is a necessity, is a prerequisite. It is the pathway toward that digital economy. So whenever we are talking about digital transformation, everybody should bear in mind that we are not looking at digital transformation as the goal or the final goal. It is the mean, it's the pathway toward the digital economy, which is part of the knowledge economy, which is part of the diversification of the economy of the country. And let me go through some of the aspects of the digital transformation. If we are looking at the global picture, I will leave it for the academic who are presenting in this conference, but let me shed the light on some of the few features in Kuwait and how do we tackle the digital transformation. Few things. First, the golden rule is if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. So what are our indicators? The first indicator we are looking at in the government perspective is the e-government development index by the United Nations. This is considered a very important index. Currently, Kuwait is ranked at the 46th among all the countries around the world. Our target is to reach on the top 35 percentile by 2035 and keep it at that level. Another issue is, what is the other one? It is the effectiveness of the government. And for us to improve the effectiveness of how the government operates, we are looking at another index, which is the effectiveness of the government. Currently, it is a much lower level, around in the 50s, and we are targeting to improve it better. One of the means to do that is through that digital transformation. Where do we find it? In our national plan, it is part of two pillars. The first one is ease of doing business in the country as part of the government restructuring. And the other part is in the economy in order to do the transformation to the digital economy. Let me finalize with a few things. If I look at the digital transformation per se, it's a mistake. It's a pathway. That's number one. Two, we are moving at different levels. We started with what we call electronic government. And electronic government it was being explained as not digitized, but actually scanning some of our document workflow and moving them and only change what we do, but in a very primitive way. That we started with that. Now we are moving more into more a digital government and where things are being done in a digital form. Then we move to a smart government, that things can be done using all the smart devices that are around the world. Currently, digital and the smart are being mingled together. Then the target is to move to more of a knowledge government. This is a very ambitious target, and moving to knowledge government, it requires more in the infrastructure and more on raising the human capital as well as the regulatory and the infrastructure. Number three, the private sector drive the government for further changes in the digital transformation. Actually, the government, if not being driven by the forces of the private sector, we would have kept the same. So the private sector is pushing everybody to move toward that digital transformation and change it from a luxury to a necessity. I will finalize the fourth requirement, which has always been interestingly addressed and not fully addressed. It is the regulatory and the legal infrastructure. The hardware part of the story, it was maybe the easiest side. The software side, maybe an easier side, but the legal structure and the regulatory is a very essential when we are moving in the digital transformation pathway. And that journey, it has been influenced and affected. Take a look at one of the examples, the cryptos. The private sector went crazy on this side, but no regulation. Government just started to move in order to accommodate with the new changes. There is a dynamicity of the private sector that not been very well captured, neither by the government, and this is a global, all the governments around the world, they all have the same challenge, and academia, which are very slow in responding to the great changes happening in the labor forces. So being here in academia and being in a government official here, I'm telling you, we are very slow in responding to the new changes currently happening around the world. The world is moving very fast when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, and we are not acting promptly as fast as we can, although that revolution started in academia in a way or another. So this is very interesting. That high disparity among all of these sectors, these axioms, they require more and more deep analysis as well as moving forward. Human capital is the main thing. Whether we are digitally transforming all aspects and we lack the human capital, we still be lacking the moving forward. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate your invitation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to shed some light on what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khaled. I meant it when I said realistic. Thank you for shedding light on the plan of the government towards digital transformation and the legal and human resources challenges facing that. Now we go to our international partner, where we have a keynote speech by Dr. Mark Zobovich. Dr. Jovan Zobovich. Dr. Jovan, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you and I can see you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jovan.
I'm sorry, I don't hear you anymore.
I'm sorry, you can hear us again?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, I would like to welcome you again, Dr. Jovan Zobovich. You are the director of the Institute of Economic Sciences from Serbia. The digital stage is all yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's the honor to be part of this conference. I wish to thank you very much for inviting us to be part of it. And I will just briefly give some little explanation about how our institute has taken on the digital transformation. So briefly about the institute. We are founded in 1958. So next year we are celebrating 65 years. So we're quite an old institute. But during that time, mostly the researchers have been doing the research the old way. Of course, it's been established by the Professor Branko Horvat, who was nominated for the Nobel Prize in the field of economics, and he was the only one actually from former Yugoslavia to have such an honor. Today, our institute employs 45 personnel, and we are very proud to have a large majority of female researchers among them. We have established 6 research departments as of 2016, and they have been slowly transforming due to the necessity which came from the outside world, meaning we are trying to adapt to whatever are requirements in the global field in economics. We are quite young team. The average age is 40 years. And currently, in the last year, in 2021, we have published 16 research papers which are cited in the Web of Science. Apart from that, of course, we have another 100 papers that we have, which have been prepared. But why I'm stressing this 16 is that we are looking forward to have high international presence and high international citation. The 6 research departments which I have mentioned, they include the field of macroeconomics, which is the basic field due to which our institute has been established. The second one is digital economy. The third one is welfare economics, followed by environmental economics, innovation economics, and finally, the economic history and theory. So about the digitalization at our institute. Actually, everything started 10 years ago in 2012 when we have joined the first framework project in European Commission, which lasted for 3 years and which was the background of the whole digital transformation that our institute has gone through. Thanks to our colleague Alexandra Bradic-Martinovic, who was leading the research group in the institute, we have managed to get the second project also from the framework 7, which was called CESDA. So you see here the small banner of that project. The project was aiming to bring the digital archives in social sciences to new countries, which included Serbia at that time. As a result of that project, we have introduced the digital repository of our institute. You have the link there in 2016, which so far, so until yesterday, has reached nearly 300,000 downloads. The continuation of the process, so basically the process was initially aiming at digital transformation of our resources, and it was completed by the establishment of Data Center for Serbia for Social Sciences, which is actually the repository of microdata in research. With that, we have closed, so we have completed the transformation from the resource side, and then we have decided to go further on and to enter into the research field. However, most of our researchers have been doing the research in the field of digital economics in the past, but we have decided during the last year to establish the Department for Digital Economy. The effects of the first part of our transformation you can see here. So the red line shows the number of articles that are deposited in our institutional repository, showing that we have reached 1,600 papers that have been published since 2010. And the white shows the number of downloads. So that is, which I mentioned in the previous slide, 300,000 downloads, which we have reached. But what is important here is to show that there is a continuous trend confirming that our research, so our 1,600 papers have been downloaded 300,000 times. So that is something which was very important for us to notice, that there is a high interest for our research. The second thing which shows the progress is the citations. So here you can see the 3 different groups of indicators. The first one is the Web of Science in the first row, which shows that in 2015, when we started, we had just 1.03, the citation index in Web of Science, meaning that there was just 1.03 citations from our papers published by our researchers in Web of Science. As you can see, as the result of transformation, that figure has reached nearly 17 in 2021, meaning that we have in average 17 citations per article, which is published in journals that are indexed in Web of Science. Similarly, in Scopus, we had even lower initial figure, which has reached nearly 20 now. So that is the result of our digitalization and openness of science. And finally, the last one is Google Scholar Index, which of course cannot grow at that high pace as the citation indexes, because this is the H index, and you know what H index means. But still, we have had a significant increase from 2.8 to 5.8. That means that all researchers in our institute, in average, have the H index in Google Scholar 5.8. And that is exactly the result of the transformation which we have made in the past, and with the increase of available articles in our open repository. Going back to the Department of Digital Economy, so it's been newly established, but that is simply continuation of the work that the researchers have been doing over their research careers. And we have 4 main research domains in that department, which is actually led by our colleague Vladimir Simovic, who is there present with you, and you will, of course, listen to his presentation later on. 4 research domains are digital entrepreneurship, fintech, digital marketing, and digital platforms. So now we have finalized our transformation, and we are entering after the initial transformation in the basic resources. Now we're entering deeply into the topic of digital economy, with a substantial amount of research already conducted, but now completely focused and organized in these 4 different domains. So that would be about us. I will not take your time anymore. I was just interested to show you what we have done and to praise everything that you are doing there. And I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jovan. We are so happy with our partnership, and we look forward to have more collaboration in regard to research and digital transformation. Thank you very much for being with us. And now it's the turn of our president, who's been always creative with new ideas and always adopting our new ideas. Nonetheless, the e-learning conference we had back in 2019, as well as digital transformation. Professor Issam Zahbalawi, President of the Australian University, please state it all.
Yes. Okay, hello everybody. In fact, I thought that instead of giving a speech, I would like to share with you some ideas related to the issues related to digital transformation and higher education. In fact, when we look at the digital transformation, we have to think about other aspects related to the different sectors in the economy, and including the issues related to higher education. So the presentation, in fact, it is 3 parts. I will cover the first 2 parts, and I will leave the 3rd part with you so that you can look at it, then we can have separate discussions about that. Now, when we look at the digital transformation, what happened that there is a number of institutions worldwide, like Deloitte, like OECD, McKinsey, Microsoft, KPMG, they developed a lot of reports related to the digital transformation. And they have seen that most of the sectors related to the economy and the social aspects, that they are going through change through digital transformation. However, the different sectors, they are moving at a higher pace compared to the higher education institutions. And when we look at those sectors, we have to learn from them, and at the same time, we have to serve them. So what is digital transformation? We think of it as it is a process. And this process, through this process that we have to do something new or to modify an existing process. And when we talk about the process, we talk about the business processes, we talk about products and new products, and we talk about services. So these are the three basic elements that we are thinking of. And in fact, the digital transformation is a continual process because technology is changing at a very high pace and is continuously changing. Therefore, the process will change. And in fact, the impact of the changes in the technology has changed the expectations of the customers and the partners. When we think about a student, he starts to think about the higher education institution with different dimensions and with a different set of competencies required. So worldwide, when they think about the digital transformation, they think about the three components: people, processes, and tools. So these are the main pillars for the digital transformation process. Now, what's happening worldwide that the governments start to develop what the so-called digital strategies. So it's an important, those digital strategies, in fact, emphasizing the issues related to policies. And the policies related to the digital, in fact, digital transformations and so on. So what's happening that in this digital transformation, there is three components. We talk about the data, we talk about business models, and we talk about technologies. So these are the three components which are very essential. And the governments, they are supposed to do a number of things: doing the policies, building the infrastructure, and bridging the digital divide. These are the three issues that the government should do, in fact. And what happened that there is a national strategy, and at the same time, they start at the sector level to develop a strategy related to that sector. Unfortunately, still we don't have a digital strategy for the higher education sector. Might be we have it in other sectors, but not in our sector. So within these specialized strategies, digital strategies, for example, nowadays they are talking about a strategy related to Internet of Things or strategy related industrial Internet of Things. So now they are moving this Internet of Things not just only from the household matters and commodities and so on, they move it to the industries. Let us look at Kuwait. Kuwait, they have developed their national development plan, which is talk about Kuwait 2035, and they have these 7 pillars. And many advocates, they think that we can achieve the goals and objectives of this national development plan through digital transformation. And I am subscribing to that theory, in fact. So now, in order to be practical, you have the pillars for this national development plan, but at the same time, you have to develop the enablers. Sorry, I have to go back. Back. Yeah. So not just only to have the pillars or the objectives for the national development plan, you have to have the enablers. And Dr. Khalid mentioned a number of those enablers. We talk about we should have a strategy framework, digital strategy framework. We have many people nowadays, they are talking about cloud computing, cloud strategy. We have a digital skills, set of digital skills. Regardless where you are within the system, you should have a set of digital skills. And the relationship, which is a very important pillar, the relationship between the governmental sector and the private sector. And we believe that this will make it or break it. And we believe this is important. Then with these tools, we can think about moving towards the digital economy. So digital economy is an enabler for the implementation of the National Development Plan. And the issue that Dr. Khalid mentioned is the legal framework. And we believe that this is important. It's going to be a flexible legal framework. And recently we had a meeting with the central bank, and the central bank, they are talking about big data and they're talking about cybersecurity and so on. So these issues are really important. And then we have to do everything in order to enable these aspects. So the enablers is a part of the process. Without having the enablers, we cannot perform the different aspects. What happened that the OECD, which is representing 37 different developed countries, in particular in Europe and the United States and Canada. In the OECD, they developed what we call a policy framework. And the policy framework, there is a number of pillars within this framework in order to develop the set of policies. And this framework paved the way for the governments, for the institutions, for the companies, for the individuals, in order to proceed in the digital transformation process. And as I mentioned, the three components representing the basis for this framework, what we call the data, the technology, and the business models. These are the three important issues. And at the same time, they have done a lot of analysis, and they built the vectors related to the policies domains. And those are the 7 domains in which they are using in order to develop the digital strategy and also to move in the digital transformation process. We can see that those are the access, the market openness, trust, society, jobs, innovation, and use. Those are the 7. And at the same time, there is a one, but it's not yet mature to become a domain, which is called data and data generation. So still in a few years' time, this will be added, so they will become 8 domains. Within each domain, there is a set of policies. We call them vectors. And when we look at the components of those vectors, they are interrelated. You see, for example, in the first one, say, investment, and related to the market openness. And you see investment also related to access, and so on. You see it somewhere else. This means that the different domains should interact with each other. This is the important point. So they are not living in isolation. Those are not silos. So they have to work together, and this will strengthen the process. Now, if we look at this, what happened in the different sectors in the digital domain, for example, there is a lot of development related to the human capital. There is a lot of development in smart industries. Look at the smart industries nowadays. Car industry, aeroplane industry, pharmaceutical industry. For example, pharmaceutical industry nowadays, they are talking about the use of nanotechnology in the development of the medicines. They talk about nanotechnology. So we can see that how this digital transformation affected the different industries, the agriculture and the smart cities, and also the digital government. When I look at the higher education institution within this group, there is 3 dimensions. First of all, we have to learn from their experience. The second dimension, that we have to graduate people that they are should work for these different sectors. The third dimension, yesterday or a few days ago, we were listening to a presentation, and they saying in that presentation 60% of the workforce in the different sectors, they are at risk in their jobs because they don't have the proper skills. This means that this is part of our responsibility as a higher education institutions to develop the programs to train these people to keep them in their jobs. So these are the three pillars that I believe that as a higher education institution should take into consideration in order to move in the areas related to digital transformation. Now look at this. This is some of the tools. Internet of Things, big data, we talk about machine learning, augmented reality, artificial intelligence. Imagine that you have a student join the university this year and he's going to graduate after 4 years and he hasn't been enlightened. He hasn't been exposed to those programs, to those dimensions. In fact, we are at the AU, we established a number of programs related to those components, and in fact, we have submitted all these programs for the PUC, and we are waiting for their approval so that we can launch this program so that we will spread this culture among our students. This is one dimension. The other dimension, we have the corporate training at the AU, and we have done awareness program for the community in these areas. For the last month, we have conducted 4 or 5 sessions. Each session is around 4 hours in order to enlighten the people about these different concepts. Now look. Yeah. Look at the artificial intelligence. Every walk of life, everywhere you go, you will see an application for artificial intelligence. Everywhere. This means that this should be integrated, regardless what is my discipline. I should take components related to artificial intelligence. If I'm studying Sharia or I'm studying medicine, I have to take components to be integrated in my education, in my specialization. I should see where I can apply the issues related to artificial intelligence in my specialization. In fact, at the AU, we have done some kind of a survey, studies. If we want to get involved in the digital transformation, what are the issues that we should take it into consideration? Related to the programs, related to the students, related to the environment, and related to the interrelationship within the country, within the region, and at the international level. The first thing that we have been exposed with, that the industries and the work environment, they are looking for a graduate with a different set of competencies, set of skills and attributes. This means that we have to learn what are these skills and attributes that needed in the different walks of life. For example, nowadays they start to talk about competencies related to data analysis, data mining. So they start to speak something new. It never been available 4 or 5 years ago. So that we have to figure out all these competencies needed from our graduates, and we have to integrate it in our curriculum. And we have to provide it in all the curricula and extracurricular activities at the university. Another dimension, as I said, that nowadays in the workplace, if these different sectors in the economy, they are planning to move into the digital economy and to move into digital transformation, many people working in these different industries, they don't have the competencies required. They don't have the skills, whether we talk about health sector, transportation sector, and so on. So this means that it's the responsibility of the universities to play the role of, in order to educate and to help those people to get those set of skills and competencies. And at the same time, we have to train ourselves. We have to co-op with national, regional, and international experts in these areas in order to bring this inside the university. The third thing, that when we look at the development in the technology, it has changed many things. Let me talk about the campus of a university. Nowadays, they talk about smart campus. Smart campus is a smart library, smart classrooms, okay, smart parking, the security of the campus, the environment of the campus, the facilities in the campus, the smart libraries. So the sky is the limit. So there's a long list of activities that we can do at the university in a smart way. Again, this smart university is not living in isolation. It's going to live in a smart cities. So there is an integration between the smart city and the smart institution. In fact, if we look at this is what we call a smart campus. I believe it is within a smart city. So we can see that the smart city will surround the smart campus. As here we can see some of the activities that we are conducting at the UAVs. I don't know if people if they are aware of the UAV. Unmanned vehicles. So you will see the unmanned vehicles inside the institutions. You will see smart parking. So this is an example. And the important element in this process, there is a lot of sensors. Many sensors will be spread all over the place. And the idea behind those sensors, that they will generate data. And the data is the raw material that we needed in order to make decisions, to make the developments. Everything is based on data. So those, we will enhance the teaching learning process, we will enhance our research process, we will enhance the environment, we will enhance the security, we will enhance. So everything will be enhanced if we have the proper data. So through those sensors, we will get the required data. Another important thing that many people in the academia, they are not aware of, that the students, they have a lot of options. And if you don't provide for them the right option, they will go somewhere else, because there is nowadays they are talking about a cross-border education. They don't need to just sit in their city and to get the education. No, they can sit here and they can join a department in Tokyo. So this no longer valid that they are obliged to take my type of education. Again, when we look at the industries, they look at the degrees, they say degrees are important, but not sufficient. They are necessary, but not sufficient. So they start to think about the certification, professional certification. And this means that higher education institution, they should think in a way to augment their degrees with certifications, especially in the areas like business, engineering, aviation, and so on. So it's not just only the degree. The degree, by itself, it becomes is not enough. So you have to augment, to add to this some sort of certification. Again, when we look at the COVID, and it was a dilemma that universities, they have moved to online, to e-learning, and so on. But I can assure you that that was the beginning. E-learn is not a choice. It's not a choice. It's going to be the norm. The new norm is based on e-learning. Regardless what we are offering, starting from medicine to, as I said, to Sharia. Nowadays, the surgeon will enter into the theater and a robot is helping him. A robot is it. What is the role of the surgeon in this case? is related to the programming of the robot and operating the robot and monitoring the robot. So he has a different function nowadays because the robot is more precise, more accurate, and so on. So in every field of specialization, we will see new applications related to information and technology. And most of those functions related to IT can be interfaced, and you can operate it from a distance. If I talk about virtual lab, I'm as a student, I can run the experiment while I am in a different continent, not a different house, different place. So we start to talk about e-learning, and I think we see that many countries worldwide, they are in the middle of the process, and they are talking about a blended mode, but later on they are moving more towards e-learning rather than the face-to-face education. Again, also the mobility and the cloud computing. Some countries are still hesitant to use cloud computing. Cloud computing is the name of the game. It will provide you with the speed, it will provide you with the capacity and the space and the scalability and maintainability and you name it. And some people, they talk about the security of the data. And I assure you that there is a lot of research taking place to enhance the security if it is needed. So, but there is a lot of facilities that we can gain it from the from applied using the cloud in all aspects, whether we talk about curricular activity or non-curricular activity. And also at the university, we have to use this type of technology for teaching and learning, for research, for providing services to the community, and also in conducting our social responsibility. And part of our responsibility is to educate the people about the importance of this type of technology, in fact. Now, as a higher education institution, one of our main pillars is our faculty members. So we ask the question, are our faculty members ready to move into this era, to this transformation process or not? In fact, we have made a questionnaire and we spread it to our faculty members all over the world. It's a self-assessment. So we identify 4 areas in this self-assessment. The first one is related to the knowledge. The second one is related to the practice. The third one is related to the engagement with the students and with the others. And the fourth one is related to the management. So we need these competences and the skills related to the digital transformation, and to see to which extent our faculty members are ready to go into this. However, we are planning to have a development plan as an outcome of this assessment. So we'll see that our faculty members, they need to be assessed in a certain area, so we will conduct workshops and seminars related to that particular area. One of the important things is what they call the new norm. No, we will not go back to the norm, to the previous norm. There is a new norm. We talk about blended learning, we talk about virtual reality, we talk about the use of artificial intelligence. And in fact, we have recently published a chapter with Springer related about business education, in particular, the new norm in business education. We are using the approach of the CDIO, which is conceive, design, implement, and operate. And that norm is used to be used in engineering. Now we are using our experience, that the experience that we have developed in teaching engineering by using that norm into the business education. I'll try to finish in 3 minutes. I have 3 minutes anyway. And one of the important dimensions, which is most of the universities worldwide, they are talking that the student is at the center. Is this, a slogan or a reality? In order to make it a reality, there is certain issues that you should take it into consideration. It's not just only to say that I'm putting the students at the center. This means that we have to develop many issues related to the activities of the students, whether they're teaching, their learning, their presence, to make them, they are really at the center. The way that we conduct our programs, the facilities, the technical visits, the discussions, even the setup inside the classroom. It needs to be changed. The setup. So there is a number of dimensions through that we can say that the students are at the center. What's important thing that most of the universities are trying to do in these days, collecting data. Collecting data about the individuals. And the idea behind that is to personalize the teaching learning process. I think I will stop here. Thank you very much. There is, I think there is around 65 slides in this presentation. So it's free that you can use it. And if I'm willing to discuss it one-to-one, the different aspects of this presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Isam, for the very rich presentation and shedding light on the importance of universities' role in equipping our students with the skills necessary for them to become effective contributors to their societies. We will leave you now with a 15-minute coffee break before we start our keynote speech sessions. Welcome back. Welcome back. And now we will be starting with our keynote speeches. And this will be a session where we're implementing digital transformation because the three of our speakers are actually online. Starting with Professor Talal Yusuf. Professor Talal, you're with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes. So Professor Talal currently holds the position of Chief Business Development Officer at Aviation Australia, Queensland Government Australia, and Professor at Central Queensland University. He holds a PhD in renewable energy and biotechnology and has a strong research background in renewable energy and environmental pollution, alternative fuels for IC engines and mechanical methods for water treatment. His career has included teaching, research, and management positions in different areas in the world, like Southeast Asia, Middle East, United Kingdom, and Australia. He's board of director of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, KSA, Aviation Australia, Riyadh College, International Consulting Board to the President of University of Technology in Iraq, advisor to the Malaysian Cultural Attaché Office in Sydney, Deputy Vice Chancellor, International Forum, and Chair of QLD International Director Forum. Professor Talal, we are so much impressed with your bio. We look forward to hear from you. The digital stage is all yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I hope my voice is clear and all good to go. Can you guys, can anyone confirm? You can see me and hear me clearly? Okay, excellent, fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes, my recent title has changed a little bit, become Dean, because I'm academic. So colleagues, audience, good afternoon. I live in Kuwait, and I'm very sad not to be in Kuwait at this time. My twin boy and girl are graduating actually today, yesterday, tomorrow in year 12, so I have to attend their graduation party. So I'm apology. Look, I think I've been listening carefully to the speakers, and especially Dr. Khalid and Professor Zabalawi, and my presentation, it might be a good, nice case study of what's been discussed, because you've touched into a lot of points in related to digitalization and renewable energy. Regulator is another thing which I'm very pleased that Professor Khalid did mention this, because it's very important to us. I spent 26 years of my life, like you, in higher education. The last 3-4 years, or 3 years, I would say, I'd moved into Aviation Australia, which is a nice training organization, a combination of industry, higher education, as well as vet and consultation, all this kind of mix. And that gave me a lot of momentum and encouragement to start reading more about what is happening in the industry. So I'm not very classic professor in the last 3-4 years, and I've decided to invest more time into how to utilize this rapid technology growth into education in general. And I faced few challenges when I started the job, and one of the challenges is, because we, just like the Australian University in Kuwait, graduate also student with diploma with the IASA. But this man, Talal, coming, bringing higher education. Why do we need the engineer to do aviation maintenance? Why do we need 5 years to study piloting? Well, pilot is kind of a driver. So why do we need 5 years? Then another challenge is that I I face is the COVID-19, of course. When I started my job, COVID-19 just hit Australia and other part of the world. So all these challenges enhance me to go and do more study. I decided to pay more attention and try to identify what is the gap between vet and higher education, how to fill in the gap, how to utilize this new technology in whether teaching and learning, assessment, training, and I came across which so-called Industry 4.0, and my boss and the board of director started to ask more about it, and I decided to come up with a piece of paper called Aviation 4.0. Don't know whether I can move my slide, or can anyone? No. I'm sorry. Can anyone just move slide to somewhere else, to slide 2? I don't have, because I'm still at Aviation 4.0. Yes.
You can just click on Take Control.
Oh yeah, I am. Okay.
Yeah. Now you can navigate between your slides.
That's very good. That's what's so-called technology. When you talk to 57 years old professor, you're stuck in these kind of little issues. Thank you very much. So that's I decided to, number one, I need to define what is Aviation 4.0. So Aviation 4.0, basically it is part of Industry 4.0. And now I'm going to talk about Aviation 4.0, and I'll take one case study to translate what's been presented earlier about transformation of digitalization into industry, and that's something I'll try to address. So Aviation 4.0, basically, it came from the main component that been discussed, which is, Internet of Thinking, cloud technology, cybersecurity, advanced analysis, XR, VR, and additive manufacturing, and so on and so forth. I don't want to go through this in more detail, but what I wanted to say, and again, here I'm going to share my experience with you, and also it's very important at the end of the presentation to tell you what we've achieved, what I've achieved in the last 3 years, and what I wish to achieve also, hopefully next couple of days. Tomorrow I'm flying actually to Kuwait. Hopefully I'll meet with colleagues at aviation school and share, what's the industry need in 5 years in the aviation space, and what needs to be prepared. How can we utilize this technology? I will share also some successful story with you. And by the way, renewable energy and fuel and SAF, all this is my favorite cup of teas. So now, if we continue talking about a little bit of, I'll try to relate or couple or combine, or maybe couple rather than combine, the main component of Industry 4.0 into Aviation 4.0 with some examples. So if we talk about digital reality and simulation and the cloud technology, again, we try our best to utilize these into maybe 3 main components. And because we are training education institution, just like you and like what Professor Zabalawi said, so my first question came to across my mind is, how could we utilize this Aviation 4.0 in delivering a proper training / micro-credential / diploma / higher education? And again, that was part of the challenge we all faced during COVID-19. And as they say, a bullet doesn't kill you, making you stronger. So that's COVID-19 really gave us a lot of lessons. And again, one of the challenges, and colleagues at aviation, they understand, and Professor Khalid mentioned about regulation. We tied up with a lot of regulation. We have to meet CASA, which is Civil Aviation Australian Labour Agency, EASA, just like you, European, and GACA is the Gulf. And on top of that, we have to meet AQF, which is, ours called AXWA, which is related to diploma, TAXA related to higher education, and also we need to educate our government, which is, again, I just love what's being said just now by, the technology is traveling exponentially rapidly, very fast, but the regulator is still struggling singing the same song, at maybe 0, or maybe 1, on XY axis, which means we need the regulator to move a little bit faster. So again, one of my responsibilities also to go to regulator and educate them. Very happy to share more idea about the challenge we faced and also some examples that we've experienced, and some sad and good story as well. Again, future training technology is another area that when it comes to Aviation 4.0, it was one of the main component, and additive manufacturing and automated robotic and AI, all these things, got to be involved in delivery. And look, I'm not going to go through this. I would instead go through some nice examples, and at the very end of the presentation, I put nice tables to share with you. Again, some of the examples that we start to talk to our company friend Boeing and Airbus in Queensland. We start to talk about how if we do this technology and we design something, but we fabricate it in the state, or you fabricate it in, let's say, even Toowoomba, by the way, which is, again, I live in Toowoomba. So these are another questions that been asked, and we start now. We purchased the 3D scanner or printer, and we start doing some. Look, my role in the organization is to bring the technology. So, and I'm very happy, to share with you that I face a lot of issues, but at the end of the day, the board of directors approve all the idea that we been suggested, and now we're delivering higher education courses, and also we're supervising PhD students to do some work in that space. If I look at this table, which is this is quite important to me, and I think if you look through the first column, now what I'm sharing here in this table, I'm trying to implement Aviation 4.0, and I took Aviation Australia as a case study, and again, the first column is what's current education system. So I said how I'm going, and look, I'm very realistic, very classic aerospace / mechanical engineer, how I'm going to use this Aviation 4.0 in education delivery. Reason, because we are delivering courses. And again, how I'm going to use this as a product. And again, I think Professor Khalid Sim, I'm really admiring him. He mentioned about whether it is tool with COVID-19. So what we've done, we use digitalization, whether AI, whether XR, whether VR, to deliver a course with a lot of technology now. So our student who's in Sri Lanka / Malaysia, Saudi, they can now just have a username and password, and they can do basically I call it remote access lab, RAL, and they can do a little bit of work while they are there. I feel like this is a successful. Of course, the credit to Gordon, my colleagues, not only me. I'm very lucky actually to have very good team operating on this, and they believe in this technology. So we managed to get this thing, and we developed which so-called single source study management. And again, when I'm in Kuwait, I will definitely share some of this on the website. And another bit, which is the product, and again, we need to think about what kind of product we can produce on top of what we have. And what I've done with Central Queensland University, we decided to sit together, and it took us 2 good years. And I hope Professor Stephen Hall is listening. And thanks for his support and other colleagues. We managed now to take this EASA or aviation EASA program, which is again, similar to what you have guys in Kuwait, into a higher level of aviation maintenance engineering. And again, products is another thing that Professor Zabalawi mentioned. Now, our students graduate with 4 beautiful outcomes. They graduated with diploma and they can exit. They take IASA, similar to yours. They take Bachelor of Engineering Technology as well. And on top of that, they take Certificate 3 in Drone Technology or UAV. And again, this endorsed or signed by my colleague Ryan, who is authorized by CASA. So like instead of having one product, now you're having 4 outcomes the student can achieve, regardless whether you are, by the way, in Toomba in Australia, I mean, or you're elsewhere in the world. And I'm quite proud and successful actually of the successful project that we've done so far. And research and development, again, I have a nice story to share with you. By 2026, we are flying the first aircraft, hopefully, flying on hydrogen using fuel cell technology. We already signed agreement. Myself, I signed actually partnership with Citralis and Aircraft Australia, and we put a very nice strategic plan. Actually, we completed the design of the first aircraft, which is 19-seat passenger Beech 1900, and we already start purchasing some equipment. My boss, my government, very generous actually to support us with a lot of free of charge places for this company to come and do. So this is again another area that been mentioned by previous presenters, that renewable energy is a must. It is not going to happen. It is a must for all of us. And that's why I managed to get, a little bit of nice fund to start doing this work. On top of that, in collaboration with CQU, we produce, or we are about to produce actually, again, we've done all the hard work, a drone operate on hydrogen, and we try our best to maximize efficiencies, performance, payload, as well as the duration, and this can be in any form of any application. It's been mentioned: agriculture, cybersecurity, border security, and we're targeting longer hours, maybe 15 or more. And I'm aware that some companies now producing 24 hours. So can you imagine like zero emission and better performance, and we're using green hydrogen produced by Central Queensland University in Glaston, hopefully. And that's hydrogen actually produced using solar and wind as a power of electrolyzer to produce hydrogen. So this is when it comes to research and development. International engagement, it is a must actually. It is extremely important for us to do not repeat what other people doing and rewind the wheel, as they said. We need to complement each other, and that is extremely important. I was so clear with my team and my colleagues. I said, look, if we can get whatever technology from Kuwait, let's buy it from Kuwait. We don't need to go and deliver it ourselves. And same thing, for hydrogen. Why do we need? Maybe your job is just to do the integration. At the end of the day, there are a lot of plenty of rooms of work to develop technology and so on and so forth. Industry 4.0. Now this is some component. Again, we can use them.
Professor Talal, sorry for interruption. Would like to wrap up in 2 minutes to be able to take questions from the.
Done. This is extremely important slide. This is my slide. Actually, is my presentation. So if I look at this, then we talk about aviation, industry 4.0. These are the main component, which is look at the XR, VR, and AR, and also the higher education, as I said, whether it is higher level, postgraduate, undergraduate, and also the research, and we're very open to work with colleagues, in overseas, of course, as I said. Look, since I've been asked to carry on, this is a nice project. We're working with. I'm working with the University of Sharjah. I'm heading to this university after I'm visiting Kuwait. This is another beautiful idea, and I want to share with this because the regulator is here, the quality assurance here, aviation 4.0 is here, and we developed this to come up with nice outcome. So this diagram is beautifully, we've done it, I mean, myself and colleagues, and we've been aiming hopefully to have a little bit of fun to be able to use it. Look, of course, we can talk more about sustainability. This is a nice project, and I know Kuwait now, they are building a very top quality airport. This can be a nice calculator. If we do a little bit of modification, what does this mean in terms of fund, in terms of emission reduction reason? Because now Queensland, Brisbane Airport, actually, they adopted 5 years carbon reduction, and we are their partner. This is a real project. We are doing it now, and I have all the specification. Look, I, as Professor Zabel said, I will leave this for you. This is a nice list of where aviation heading to. How can we utilize our digitalization and aviation 4.0, and this can be all beautiful idea. Happy to take any comment later on. I love this because after COVID-19, I shared this slide previously, and we have immediate action, short term and long term. And here you can see aviation 4.0 always play a part. Sorry, it seems not moving. I am here. No, now it stopped moving. This is the twin, and this is the diagram that I did mention just now, the regulator, and one second. Let's forget about all these things. Right. So this is. I think I'm done with. Here are the challenges that I did mention all, but unfortunately I was clicking on other side, and it worked with me but not with you. Please feel free to ask any question. This is the drone technology I just mentioned also, which we're conducting now, and some recommendation for hydrogen. This is the Gladstone CQ producing hydrogen. I just wanted, I think it's coming. This is the table I just mentioned, and really this is a nice overall summary of what is aviation 4.0 mean, how we are going to utilize this in the future. Look, I'll pause here, and please, happy to receive a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Talal. Sorry for interruption, never enough from you. We'll definitely share your presentations for those interested. Do we have any questions? I'll start with the audience on campus. Any questions from the audience?
Good morning, Professor. Thank you very much for a nice presentation. This is Yamin Nisi. I'm in the university, Australian University. It's very interesting what you were talking about, the hydrogen airplanes and how efficient it is in terms of zero emissions. Now, my question is the following. Do you think there would be acceptance internationally for adopting this technology in the aviation, and how soon could we see an actual commercial airplane driving through the skies with hydrogen clean energy? Thank you.
Excellent, and thank you very much. The answer is big yes, and I will fight for this, okay, for the rest of my life. I am 100% sure. You see, the problem of aviation sector, we're not emitting only whatever 8 tons of CO2 to the sky every whatever hours. It is multiplied by 2 or 3 because you are in the sky and you are emitting the carbon dioxide. So we decided, all whether UK here or else in the world, using zero emission is a must. And look, the only fuel that generates zero emission, as you appreciate, is hydrogen, because that will not only produce zero emission, but can you imagine, like, you have 10,000 aircraft on the sky at the same time, each one of them emit kilograms of H2O, water. How is the weather going to look like? Now, when it is happening, actually, Cranfield University, they are now flying what they call aircraft on hydrogen. We are in 2026, we aim to fly the first one. We already have the gear, we already have the equipment, and hopefully, and again, drone is not any different than a baby, a small baby of aircraft. So I'm 100% confident. And Ayman, if you're in Kuwait, very happy to have more chat in private conversation.
Thank you very much. Any questions online, audience? I don't see any hand raised. Thank you very much, Professor Talal, for your contribution to our conference. We look forward to meeting you, inshallah, soon. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much. I have to leave now. I wish you all the best all. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And now we move to our second keynote speaker, Dr. Marko Renkovic. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Marko is Deputy CEO and COO, member of the board and Executive Director of Regional Card Processing Center at Raiffeisen Bank International. He had the following executive positions: CEO of Chip Card, member of Payton Assesco C Group, head of Strategy Project and Portfolio Division of Telenor Bank, head of Business Development for Banking SAS Adriatic Region. Dr. Renkovic also holds several lecturing and teaching positions as Professor of Information Technology at the School of Belgrade, Assistant Professor, Faculty of IT and Engineering, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Law and Business Studies, and Research Fellow at the Institute of Economic Sciences. We are so happy to have you with us, Dr. Marko. Stage is all yours.
Thanks a lot. Greetings from Slovakia. Good morning. I will start with two basic and most frequently asked questions. You can see me and you can hear me, yeah? Good, thanks a lot. So dear guests, on-site and online colleagues, friends, I'm happy to have an opportunity to share with you one very exact use case of digital transformation in RPC, in the company where I'm working at. So thanks a lot for the kind introduction. I will skip this part. Few words about RPC. So RPC is a part of Raiffeisen Bank International. It is group's shared service center. It is card payments processor and innovation hub for the Raiffeisen Bank International. We are processing annually more than 1.5 billion transactions per year, just to give you feeling about the size. And we are serving customers in 10 Central Europe and Southern Eastern Europe countries. What you're about to hear. So what is transformation? A bit more about concrete use case of transformation in RPC, why we are doing it, what was the transformation concept, and what were the main achievements and success factors of the transformation. Definition of the very important terms. So what is transformation? Transformation is a big change, which company, of course, can afford and believes in, and something which will bring a significant change in the company. In other words, in a nutshell, it is do different things or do the same things differently. Listening to the fellow colleagues with previous presentations where COVID-19 has been presented as a main challenge in achieving some goals. Actually, in banking, COVID-19 was paradoxically one of the main accelerators of the industry in general, and COVID-19 pushed the banking industry to the next level, to the banking 4.0. And what we saw during the digital transformation consideration, why we need to change and why change needs to take place, one of the most often mentioned words was mindset. Question why? Because whenever you want to change something and whenever you want to put someone outside of his daily work and outside of his comfort zone, answer which is most frequently heard is, well, I did this for the last, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years like this. And simply many employees, people in general, don't see any different way how to do things. Transformation in RPC, we took top-down approach, which was very important. So first, conceptually, to set it like this, when top management team of RPC bought the story of the digital transformation, then it was very easy to sell it top-down, and we tackled different layers in this approach. So starting from the mindset, the first and biggest and the most important change is change of the mindset. And we need to kick off the transformation, and we had to, in order to change the mindset of the people, to show that things can be done differently. And once when the transformation took and is taking place, when you show that doing things differently or doing different things is actually benefiting to the organization and to particular people, then you can treat your transformation journey as a success. Then we need to reset, we need to review, and we need to set new in some cases, or to adjust values and principles, and of course align them with RPC strategic values and digital transformation program. I will just tell you a bit more later on. We tackled very concrete things in digital transformation. We took processes, we took operations, and we took DevSecOps as a way of delivery, and tried to make it better. So, as said, it was top-down approach. In the very beginning, it is increasingly hard to sell the story, because we are speaking about, if you are speaking about mindset, we are speaking about less visible but still more powerful change, and change which is happening less often. And on the way, on the journey of digital transformation, of course, you need to find something which is good for the organization, but apart from it, you need to find something which is good for the particular person. When you match those two things, when you match these two goals, then you are on the good way, because if there is a clash between interest of the organization and on the particular person, his personal interest, if he is not seeing the benefit, then there will be pushback. There will be let's say, hard way and bumpy road ahead. Then, when it comes to the values and principles, structural and cultural change is something which is already visible and happening more often. You can have many iterations, and of course, we employed practices and tools as something which actually practically helped us to drive digital transformation through. What is mindset? So, per definition, it is something which we act, react, and think naturally. It's a behavior that can be observed, of course. Habits from outside, our life habits, work habits, definitely are influencing and building the mindset. And the last one, which is also bolded here, very important, is formed by the previous experience. It is natural that we cannot, or we do not know something which is in the future, and if we are not seeking to learn, then we are not able also to get different perspectives, different paradigms. How we are creating new experience? We are doing new things, or we are doing things which are already doing. We are doing them differently, and this one was of the main approach. So you are doing something every day, one way. Let's see how you can do it differently. Of course, there can be success behind that. You can do things differently, maybe not even, which is also fine. Our values, which were employed, so we put strategic values, which are on the left side. I will not go through, and then try to match agile core values. Agility was an important part of our digital transformation, because we wanted to see results fast in order to keep the pace with the digital transformation, and also to keep all success stories, achievements, of course, benefits, or even if we conclude, as said minutes before, if we conclude that there is that there is no change in the existing way of work, again, then this is being highlighted as your way of work has been reevaluated and you are doing good job. So there were no failures in this on this journey. Then when we come to the principles, we had to set some principles that we can complete all what was agreed in one sprint. Sprints were every 2 weeks, and the highest priority was to satisfy customers, where customers were both external and internal, through continuous delivery of the value for either internal or external customer. And we put people together. So we had together business, we had IT, we had operations. This is something which is also called, of course, end-to-end team, but it is daily operations goals adaptive. So we employ this concept very much. And we saw where in other areas which are outside of our digital transformation journey, where principles were not set properly, it was only about keeping people busy, fighting for the resources, and not shaping work correctly in terms of in terms of efficiency. When it comes to the practices and tools, so we used really quite a wide range of the practices and tools, starting from Scrum, then employing Kanban, extreme programming, so programming which is also based on DevSecOps concept, but I would say high speed. So we tend to keep micro sprints on daily basis. Micro sprint on daily basis, you can imagine that we are developing a small unit. We are putting also security checks. Then we are testing it. We are testing it internally, then confirming with internal or external users through UAT, and deploying it at early afternoon. Early afternoon was very important for us to be able to see if it did some mess, of course, and then to try to fix it or roll it back before the evening. Of course, prioritization was extremely important. Then roadmap, forward-looking, that people are able to see where we are going and how we are reaching goals. And of course, from tools, really, we gave freedom to the people to pick and choose tools which you find convenient. Extremely important part for the transformation, for the digital transformation, is governance. So it has to be formalized through the organization. We have fully supported, fully dedicated, and the team supported from the top management. This activity was officially approved from the top. It was important for some people, and KPIs, so we can track progress. Coming back to the KPIs and to these three streams which I mentioned at the very beginning. Process transformation. So we set KPIs. We need to reduce transitions in the phases within the process for 50% at least. Then we measured our success, and as you see, as is -30%, -50%, and then the next one was minus to be decided. But we had progressive increase of our KPIs and challenging ourselves to the, I would say, to the extreme points. Then establishing process checkpoints, which was done, of course, completely to push people. We for the process with establishing OLAS, we tackle digital transformation from the psychological point of view, so that people are pushed and reminded to deliver. Of course, regular reporting, celebration, and corrective feedback, and end of the current phase, for example, -30% post first phase, was the input for the next phase. Next one was operations transformation stream. We one of the main goals was increase service uptime. I can tell you that service is up. Service uptime in RPC is 99.95 plus, so from 99 to 99.99, and we tend even to increase this for 10, 20, and 30% at least. Then operational processes automation to reduce completely number of human errors, to reduce time to notify and time to notice, and again, reporting, celebrations, and corrective feedback, and end for the current phase is input for the next one.
Hello, Dr. Marco. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but can we wrap up in 1 minute, please?
Of course I can. And the last one is DevSecOps stream, where we had one weekly releases, no manual interventions. We automated deployments. Currently, we are on 50%, 70% is the next one. And of course, corrective feedback, celebrations, and the end of the current phase is the input for the next one. So main results achieved, you saw it above. We managed to achieve all what was set and more, and I can tell you the transformation is still in progress. And with this, smiley in the end, I am concluding. It was fast, not furious, only fast. Questions, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marco. Actually, I do believe so much in the importance of mindset at all levels and all kinds of transformation, including personal one. So thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I will try to get questions from the audience on campus. Any questions here? Yes. We have one question.
So thanks for your presentation, Dr. Marco. And the conclusion at the end is, what do you think is the transformation into open banking would be beneficial in terms of the services that you offer in your transactions? And I believe that you are also automating and delivering online transactions for banks and stuff like that. So in this shift that you have seen, you have relied heavily on technology, but at the same time, how do you think would that be utilized in the process of open banking, digital banks, and thank you.
Thanks for the question. Definitely yes, because it go hand in hand. You know, if we are speaking about open banking, it is exposing all banks' interfaces towards others. Having said that, customer experience of the beneficiaries can only be increased by digital transformation and employing digital means in order to get services. I will finish with one question. When you are coming and you are getting a loan, why you are doing it? You are not doing it because for the loan itself, but because you want to buy something. And with open banking and banking in general needs to address customer need. What he needs a new TV, he needs new house, new car. He doesn't need a loan per se. And having said that, digitalization is the main driving factor in open banking too.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you very much, Dr. Marco. It was a real added value having you with us today. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, my pleasure. Wishing you successful remain of the conference.
Thank you. And now we come to Professor Stephen Cobran. Professor Cobran is head of the College of Law, Criminology and Justice at Central Queensland University. That's an interesting major. Professor Cobran, you're with us, right? Yes, I can see you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. So being an advocate for online education and the scholarship of e-learning, he has a passion for developing interactive visual methods of education, creative learning resources, and providing better feedback and assessment as a driver for student learning. His research interests include automation of legal services, civil procedure, animation, enhancing memory retention, and e-learning. He's member of the Queensland Law Society Practice Management Committee and Specialist Accreditation Board and has extensive consultancy experience with superior courts in Australia and Canada and in quality assurance. Professor Cobran holds 2 Australian Government National Teaching Awards and is a principal fellow of the Higher Education Academy in the United Kingdom. Thank you very much. We're so much interested to hear you, Professor Stephen. Thank you for having you with us. Stage is all yours.
Thanks very much. Today, I'd like to discuss with you a KFAS grant application which was submitted in June 2022 and is currently under review. The project, as you can see, is entitled The Role of Educational Technology and Open Access Resources in Accessible Quality Learning and Teaching, and it's an exploratory field study. It's quite a mouthful in terms of a title. Okay, now I can't advance. That's not good. Can you advance the screen?
Professor
Okay.
Stephen, just click on take control, please.
Yes, I've done that. Here we go. Right, there we go. So the project has, as you can see, 3 objectives. The first one is to explore existing and emerging information technology and how effective that is in Kuwait in terms of the tertiary sector. Secondly, to identify means to motivate teachers, students, and administrative staff to use that technology and to develop their skill sets. And finally, to identify strategies that institutions themselves, as well as the state, may adopt to support a transition to more efficient technologies and the impact that that has on pedagogy and educational outcomes. So the project itself builds on earlier literature in Kuwait and in neighbouring countries and internationally. So what I'll do is very briefly give you a snapshot of some of the literature. So the first study was by McLaughlin and Lee in 2007. It looked at the affordances of Web 2 and social software, and it noted a mismatch between the technology that academics wanted to use, which was essentially based on familiarity, as opposed to students who were seeking greater autonomy, connectedness, and social experiential learning. The next study is Ali and Magalis, and it noted in 2008 that there was a real problem with language barriers in Kuwait with learning management systems that were based in English. In 2013, GAIF observed that the traditional teacher-centred approaches to pedagogy in Kuwait favoured indoctrination, not dialogue or active learning. So you can get a mismatch between the sorts of pedagogy that are tending to be used internationally and what was permissible within Kuwait. Altramutri, apologies if I get these names incorrect, by the way, in 2014 argued that there was a lack of administrative support in Kuwait for both academics and students in adopting educational technology. Alfred Al-Lajai in 2016 found that with respect to pre-service teachers in Kuwait, that there were poorly equipped lecture halls, shortage of technicians, lack of maintenance, outdated software, insufficient numbers of computers, shortage of trained teachers, lack of training sessions, and that there were 3 main types of barriers: cultural barriers, particularly around gender segregation and norms, policy and religion. There were technical factors which related to, as I've mentioned previously, accessibility, slow internet speed, and then contextual factors such as large student numbers as opposed to staff members, and the relative amounts of financial support for the adoption of technologies. In 2017, Al-Sayed came along and conducted research into the use of social media and found that female Saudi students, in this case, perceived that they could potentially improve their learning performance in a sex-segregated educational system through higher levels of use of social media, and that would enable them to interact with their peers and teachers and collaborate more effectively. Alahuti came along in 2020 and reported a series of problematic initiatives in Kuwait, which generated skepticism about future initiatives and how they might be implemented. 2020, of course, saw the emergence of COVID-19, which required a rapid implementation of online learning and student-centred learning. Hendel in 2020 also noted the limited use of electronic resources at Kuwait University, even though COVID-19 was requiring online learning. And Chung in 2021 published a general paper highlighting how smart learning environments can support a wide range of teaching and learning initiatives, promoting flexibility, efficiency and engagement. So there's a whole literature around all of these smart technologies. And finally, now a quick little sketch, Alakachi et al. In 2021 presented a paper, although it related to UAE, identified popular online tools and digital platforms from an educator's perspective, and then looked at the level of institutional support in UAE. Now, there are many, many papers nationally, regionally, and internationally. So what I've sought to do by just picking out a few of those papers was to give you just a snapshot at various points in time concerning the use of educational technology, particularly in Kuwait. Now, this field is ever evolving, and the purpose of the study, which we've submitted for the KFAS grant application, was to really get more current and broader benchmarking data across the higher education sector in Kuwait. And that would, I believe, prove very useful for planning and resource allocation, not only individual university levels, but also at the higher level of the state. So, having looked at that literature and quite a number of other papers, we identified 5 research questions. That is, what are the emerging teaching and learning needs of the higher education community in Kuwait? What factors influence engagement in evaluating and resourcing these sorts of technologies? How can future teaching and learning needs of higher education communities be met? How is the pandemic actually influencing the adoption of online learning when we've seen a decline in practical training? And how would Kuwait itself embrace smart learning environments? Now, all of those are quite challenging questions, and it requires a combination of research methodologies across multiple stakeholders in the higher education community. So this is a rough plan, a rough research plan, which shows you various components in this proposed study. The areas that are highlighted in green are the dissemination strategy. The areas highlighted in orange are essentially the 3 main survey instruments that would be used. One is a student survey, one is an academic survey, and after those surveys are conducted, ultimately a survey of administrative staff and their reactions to the needs of students and academic staff. So each of these groups would receive a voluntary anonymous online survey instrument, which would be delivered via Qualtrics, and it would enable them, or enable us rather, to interrogate all of these research questions. So just looking briefly at each of these survey instruments, for academic staff, what we're interested in knowing is their current experiences and practices in relation to educational technology. What access do they have? What level of support do they have? What are the attitudes and inhibitors to uptake of technology? The demographic data is very important because it enables us to look at factors such as gender, age, ethnicity, the institution, their role in the institution, the discipline and the regional location. And that hopefully can be applied across all 11 universities. From the perspective of students, we're interested in looking at their current experiences with technology. Again, what training is provided to them? What access do they have? What level of support do they have? What sorts of attitudes and inhibitors factor in their use of technology? And what do they want to see as the technology used in their education? Again, quite broad demographic data as well. The third instrument relates to administrative staff, and this is looking at how administrative staff can resource and meet the needs of both academics and students. And again, what level of training they have and what level of support, etc. So those are the 3 instruments. In terms of an analysis, essentially what we're doing is a triangulation approach, if I can get that out, using a mixed methods design. So we've already shown you that the literature and the KFAS grant applications have framed the research question, that there's 3 national surveys. There would be voluntary. That would involve both qualitative and quantitative data collected from 11 tertiary institutions. The qualitative data would be thematically analysed using NVivo. The quantitative data would be statistically analysed using SPSS. And we would combine those 2 separate approaches to get a perspective from multiple directions on what we're observing. So the survey instruments will ask a series of questions in both English and Arabic using 5-point Likert scales, followed by open-ended questions. And then in relation to the quantitative data, we'll use t-statistics and probably MANOVA, I suspect. We'll also use grounded theory to help develop a real picture of what the participant experiences are. And really that'll help us to enable the refinement of a theoretical model. All right, so in terms of results, what's going to come out of this? Hopefully what we'll find, assuming this is funded, is that we'll be able to determine whether cultural, technical and conceptual factors identified by some of the earlier literature still inhibit the integration of teaching technology in Kuwait. We'll look at the rapid implementation of online learning in response to COVID-19, and what are the perceptions of educators, students and other stakeholders, and whether smart learning environments afford a path forward. So how is this original? Well, the prior literature can be tested against the current COVID-19 environment to see whether we're now in a new scenario. I think we are, especially with the move to new use of online teaching technologies. We'll find out and gather information about new technologies, particularly those around smart learning environments, and what factors might inhibit their adoption. The data set itself will be unique and extensive, and that's particularly important because it enables benchmarking, not only within a tertiary institution looking at its various schools or departments, but also across institutions. So it enables a very clear insight, both horizontally and vertically in the sector. So the sorts of things that can come out of this would be, for example, these sorts of dashboard graphs, which come from a study from Gaddis in 2020. It's only by way of example, but you can get the profiles and years of experience of the teachers. You can look at what technology they're actually using compared with what students want to use. You can look at the types of technology they're using, what learning management systems they're using, and how they use these things in relation to assessment. So you can get a quite comprehensive dashboards from this data set. And if the data set is repeated again, say in 5 years' time, you can then start to look at the implications of new policy initiatives, whether they're making a difference. You've got some data to evaluate the success or otherwise of broader policy initiatives, not only at a university level, but across the whole sector. They are the references, and that is the end of my presentation. So are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen, for your efficient presentation. It's a very interesting research I'm personally so much interested in. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Yes, I'm Dr. Sam Toglo, and I would like to ask our guest speaker about your results have already shown that there are limitations and we should be aware about the difficulties when we launch e-learning. And during the implementation of e-learning during the pandemic, we had issues, for example, in invigilation, issues in relation to control of the authenticity of exams and results. And I think this is similar in other countries. I just want to comment also about the delegation from CQU who visited us just few months before the pandemic. And they have announced the introduction of the first online MBA. And frankly saying, we were very much motivated to promote this to our students, provided that it is being accredited and recognized in the Gulf. So I just want to comment about these 2 points. Thank you.
Okay, in relation to firstly, my background, I actually run a law school which is 100% online, fully accredited, and has been running for over 10 years. So we don't have any physical facilities. Everything is done online. So in terms of invigilation, what we do is we structure our assessment in such a way that students have to do presentations so that we can actually see them. We tend to use Zoom so that we can physically interact with them and see the students. In terms of examinations, it is possible to use proctoring software. That has issues, a number of issues. It depends on the availability of bandwidth. There are issues also as to where that data is being captured. Some jurisdictions don't like, for example, the United States are holding the data. So there's issues about where the data is streamed and captured. But it is possible to structure your assessment in ways which enable you to actually interact with the student rather than a traditional sit-down exam in a building. You can do it online through proctoring systems, but they do have issues, as you've acknowledged. In terms of the second issue, the fully online MBA, I don't know where that is at in terms of accreditation in golf. I do know that these online MBAs are quite effective, and I know our online law program does very well in our Australian national rankings compared with face-to-face on-campus institutions. So, yes, I understand that your students would be able to undertake that online MBA. Whether it's accredited or not, I don't know. I sit within a school that comprises business on the one hand as a college and law and criminology and justice on the other hand. I'm on the law, criminology and justice side, so I'm not aware of where the online MBA's accreditation is in terms of Gulf states at this point, but I'm sure I can find out for you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Stephen. Any more questions? Dr. Stephen, actually, I liked how you took into consideration the point of view of the academics, the administrative staff, as well as students. But I think something that is very important to add also is the point of view of the employers. Do they value those graduating from online as the same way they value those graduating on campus? And one more thing, which is very important, it's, I think, the main way to speed up this type of learning is the government. To what extent they are willing to accredit this, So that would be also interesting to research maybe in the future. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. It was really so much interesting and eye-opening. We really appreciate having you with us today. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go for a coffee break of 10 minutes, please, after which we will have parallel sessions, one in the auditorium and the other one in F18. And please, those online, kindly follow the link related to parallel sessions, which is different from the one in the auditorium. Please, can we start at 10:40, if it's possible, 11:40, sorry, if it's possible. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Professor Alper Ertürk, the Head of Management Department at College of Business, Australian University in Kuwait. I would like to welcome you to our first academic session today in the scope of our conference under the theme of digital transformation. As you all know, we gathered here today to discuss and share our knowledge, opinions, and experience regarding digital transformation. And one of the most important outcomes here is it is so crucial for people or human capital in general to obtain new digital skills and competencies to achieve a successful digital transformation. And it can only be done through a digitally transformed state-of-the-art higher education. That is why today our first session is going to be on digital transformation in education. In our first session, we will host 3 esteemed presenters. Before going to our presentation, I would kindly remind our presenters a couple of issues. Our presenters, you're going to have 15 minutes for your presentations, which is followed by 5 minutes question and answer sessions. And you're going to be kindly reminded by myself in minute 10 and minute 15 if you still continue your presentation. So I would like to continue, and I would like to invite our first presenter, Dr. Scott Beattie from Central Queensland University, Australia. Hi, Dr. Scott. And Dr.
Hello.
Scott is going to present his research online. It's going to be regarding simulation in learning. And digital floor is yours, Dr. Scott. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me. I'm sure I will get some frantic messages from the organisers if not. What I want to talk about tonight is a simulation that I created that I ran in a unit in a criminology course, which is called Justice, Strategies and Alliances. So while it's criminology, in a criminology course, it has a lot of aspects in common with business in that it draws on a lot of the business literature on strategy. And it was created because a lot of criminology graduates struggle to work in an interagency, interorganizational context. So the idea was to use a simulation as a way to teach students about strategy and to teach them about deal making, making alliances, and so on. So I want to talk a little bit about the simulation we used to teach that unit, but the central message here in the I Can Build That is that it's something that anyone can do, and there are ways of working around some of the presumptions that we have about simulations, that they have to be expensive, they have to be digital, they have to be created by experts. Anyone who's a teacher can start building simulations at a small scale. That being said, I built this one at a big scale, and it was an equal amounts of frustration and excitement in terms of the results. So I would certainly not recommend it that a beginner start as big as this. I want to show you the overview of it all, but I would suggest, but I have a lot of experience in creating simulations, so I wouldn't expect anyone to create anything this big, but I just want to give you an idea of what is possible. So the simulation is called A Bad Year in Blight Town, and it works through the entire term of the unit that I teach, and it's based on those professional skills in strategy and interagency collaboration. So it's a flipped classroom model. It's completely online. The students spend a lot of their time previously to this workshop sessions, reading about different issues in strategy, reading about different theories. The workshops are 2 hours. The first hour has a workshop that applies some of those skills, but also relates to the scenario of the simulation. The second hour of the workshop involves the actual simulation itself. So I won't go into the details of the simulation, but it involves 4 key statistics of the town: prosperity, accord, well-being, and safety. And the decisions that the students make and the deals that they make affect those values positively and negatively. And a lot of the choices they have to make is about, are they going to try and balance these? Are they going to try and focus on one? What are they going to do if one starts dropping? So this gives a certain amount of friction for the idea of strategy. So rather than teaching strategy as a hypothetical thing, where it's like, well, why don't you just do all the good things in terms of strategy? Students soon realize you can't do all the things you want to do. You only have a limited ability to act, so you have to make priorities. So there are 4 sets of assets: resources, goodwill, influence, and intelligence, that affect that are accrued by the different student teams, and they can spend those to try and improve those town stats. So one of the things that simulations are really good for is those sort of zero-sum games where students have to be able to make those quite difficult choices and make those kind of balances. So how do the students actually interact with this simulation? And I'll say now that it's a mostly non-digital simulation. Most of it is human moderated, and I'll show you what the main screen looks like. We use cloud-based tools to moderate, but they are simple things like Google Docs. So going into this, you don't have to think about a rich, lush 3D graphical world or anything like that to run a simulation. In fact, that sort of thing can often get in the way. And one of the best things about a human moderated simulation is you can fix things on the fly. Whereas if you've got a program simulation, it's locked in stone unless you want to pay it, unless you are a programmer or you want to pay a programmer to go back and change it again. Whereas I can fiddle with this all I like as the simulation develops. So how do the students interact with it? Well, there are hotspots that pop up each week that are thematically relevant issues that turn up in the town. There might be a particular political crisis or whatever, and they can use those resources to try and resolve those hotspots before they get out of control. Crucially, the teams all have a different type of resource that they create, so they have to collaborate. And a lot of these hotspots require multiple types of resource to solve. There are also crisis threads, which are threaded storylines that run through the simulation, and those are much more like your traditional threaded narrative where there's 3 different choices. They have to choose 1, 2, or 3, and then those have consequences further down the track. Those are useful in terms of setting an overall story, but of course they become very complicated very quickly every time there's a branching decision that's to be made. So I rely on that very lightly and use these hotspots that are more emergent, and I'll show you an example in a little while. So the other ways the students interact, as I mentioned, making deals is important. They also have the possibility to break deals and to betray the other teams. And that's really important too, because it's not presumed that they will always do the right thing, and it can be quite strategic to back out of a deal that they've agreed to, and they have to think about those sort of things, which brings up the whole field of ethics. They also tell stories about things that come out of the mechanics of the sim, things that just say prosperity goes up by 1. The students talk amongst themselves about what that might actually mean in terms of the narrative of the town. And I was quite pleased with that they weren't just seeing it as a numbers game, that they actually started engaging with the town as a place that they felt attached to. They also got involved in planning for future rounds. They were predicting what might happen, what resources they might need. They applied theories and concepts from what they've been reading in terms of the decisions they made. And there were certain little mini games that were involved in the simulation as well. They could develop their own organisation. There was a trader game as well. This was just me sheer hubris, me adding extra details because I could. And it's a good example of something that when you're making your first sim, you just wouldn't do. It would be silly to do. But you can keep adding, and then each time you run it, if it's successful, you can add more of these things along. What tools did I use? There was a rules document. So as I said, the sim was human moderated. I did all the number crunching that was involved, but there was a rules document all the students had access to, so they knew what the rules were. We used a lot of Google Docs, and I'll show you the Google Doc in a moment, to share information. I also used a little bit of Google Jamboard, which is their virtual whiteboard, and we used MS Teams for communications. I will be looking at maybe incorporating some virtual tabletop technology in the future, because we had some issues around sequencing in terms of when multiple students wanted to do something at the same time. And at the moment I was relying on who gets in first. And that was interesting, but it made some problems in terms of the more authoritarian teams made very fast decisions. The teams that tried to and got in to resolve problems first, the teams that were behaving in a way that we probably wanted them to behave in terms of being democratic, were slow. So it was a really interesting thing, and a lot of the students' reflections pointed that out, but it's something I'd like to fix for next time. All right, this is the main screen. This is a Google Doc that I updated as things changed throughout the simulation. You can see there's a town map. One of the first things we did was on Google Jamboard was collaboratively build the map and put key locations around the map. And I went back in Photoshop and made it pretty and made it look nicer. But this was a map built by the students, and they got quite a sense of ownership over the town because they were involved in building what the town looked like. The colours on the map are part of a zoning mini game as well. One of the teams was able to rezone parts of the town. So there's the main town stats are up there. The next slide is the bottom part of this screen, which are the hotspots. So the hotspots would have a little description of what was going on, a little bit of story, a link to a news item that was relevant because each of the hotspots were based on something real that happened, and then a description of what was required. This one required 6 resources, that one required 6 goodwill, and these were the numbers that the students had to put together to solve those hotspots. So
sorry, Dr. Scott, I don't want to interfere, but you just have 5 minutes.
Yeah, cool. So this was sort of the primary part of the game, and if you spent those resources, they would get more resources back to spend on later parts of the game. There was also a timing process where those would only last for 3 weeks. And each week they got fewer and fewer resources back for the spend, and if they didn't spend by the time the 3 weeks were up, the hotspot would explode and lead to a worse problem for them. So quickly, what did I find? Found that increased engagement for the students who were already engaged, but the unengaged students didn't really engage more. In fact, they got quite hostile to the idea of the sim. There were a number of students who felt that they were entitled to only interact in the last few weeks of the course, and they were able to sit out the rest of the time, who got fairly annoyed in their feedback that they weren't able to do that. That every layer of complexity you adds another amount of problems to coordinate, so don't bite off more than you can chew. Some degree of competition helps students engage. I didn't have their relevant victory points shown to each other until about halfway through. Then they asked for it, and I started showing them, and then suddenly they got much more engaged when they realised another team was winning in inverted commas by those victory points. Emotional engagement is very important, hence the collaborative town building. It's important to debrief about these projects with someone else. I'm a member of the Game-Based Learning Alliance, which is a good place to do that. But you need to be able to talk to someone about this. And my final point would be, if you're interested in Sims, play more games, particularly things like board games, because they have rules and mechanics that you can actually see. Video games have everything hidden behind, and it's often very hard to see what's going on, makes it harder to design your own. Whereas board games, you can see most of the mechanics going on. So it's a really good place to start. Now, I don't know if we've really got time for questions. I think I've probably consumed my 5 minutes. But if you are interested in pursuing this further, please send me an email, and we can chat online.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scott, for this very interesting presentation. And I would like to turn to our audience. If you have any questions, please. Yes, Dr. Faiz.
Thank you, Dr. Scott, for your presentation. I read the extended abstract, and you mentioned that there was a gap in the literature, and which gives rise to the need for doing this kind of case study. My question is, how different is this from gamification, since gamification has been around for a very long time? Thank you.
Okay. Gamification is about taking something that isn't a game and adding game style incentives to it. So adding points and leaderboards and so on. And things like, you buy 10 coffees and get one free. They're all examples of gamification, but they don't actually involve a game as such. Using games and sims is about using a game as a format for learning. And there's many different definitions of that, but my favorite involves, it's about making real decisions with real consequences, and it's about exploration, which is about as simple as I can come to a definition of a game. So many educational experiences we have just have one sort of end state. It's either students are either right or wrong. A game or sim allows students to explore, to make decisions, and to actually see what happens when they make those decisions. Make sense?
Thank you, Dr. Scott. And we have a question from our online audience, Ms. Milana Lazic.
Okay, hello. I would first of all like to thank you for this excellent presentation. And I had actually two questions, but since we have this time limit, I will pose you only one and send the other one by the email. I'm also teaching lectures at one of the faculties in Belgrade, Serbia. So I was wondering, is there evidence on how much more effective are those lectures with learning simulation compared to traditional ones? Do you maybe know that?
Yep. There's been a lot of attempts to prove or disprove the benefits of simulation-based learning in terms of whether students learn more. And they've been very much ambivalent. What they're really good for, I believe, is in student engagement. The students get much more engaged if there's something that's active that they can engage with and see the results of what they do. We still don't know whether they learn terribly much more, but the problem with a lot of the attempts to prove or disprove the benefits in terms of learning are all content-based. So it's like, do students learn more content if they use a game-based way of coming to that content? And of course, the things they're learning with my simulations are not content. It's not, can they recall the 5 different stages of the theory of something or other? It's about that process. And it's about, and those things are much, much harder to actually test. And often the surveys, the studies that try to prove it rely on asking the students, what did you learn? Did you learn more? And that's really fraught. It's very hard for students to self-examine. So yes, I would say that the literature is completely ambivalent on whether students learn more content this way, but it shows that students are much more likely to be engaged, except the ones that are completely unengaged. I'm not sure what we can do about them.
Me neither. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Dr. Scott for this really interesting presentation on simulation and learning, which I also consider that one of the future avenues in higher education. Thank you so much for your participation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to turn to our second presenter, Dr. Vladimir Simovic from Australian University. He's gonna present his research findings regarding students' competencies in digital entrepreneurship. I would like to invite you, Dr. Vladimir. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The sound is okay. Can you hear me? It's okay. Okay, perfect. As Professor Alper said, the topic of my today's presentation would be gathered around digital entrepreneurship. And before I start presenting the research results that the team of my colleagues, and you can see here their full affiliations, did and is actually doing as we speak under the KFAS project that we have received for this purpose, is to say thanks for the teams first and to proceed with the research results that I'm going to present now and today. First of all, let us discuss the purpose for this research and the main point why we have decided to initiate something like this. There are a few things which are obvious and well-known facts which represent a motive for us to step into this research area. The first one is the fact that we are witnessing a huge increase in numbers of people who are using internet. According to some current statistics, it is around 5.5 billion people worldwide, which is approximately 70% of the overall world population. On the other side, we are witnessing the huge increase in terms of digital entrepreneurship ventures and people who are starting their digital entrepreneurial projects, of course, in digital space. On the other side, we are witnessing the change in terms of digital models, revenue models, and everything else which goes along with the expansion of digital entrepreneurship. Evidently and logically, we need to have the competencies. Those people who are involved in digital entrepreneurship need to have a certain level of competencies which will be relevant for them to be able to step into this arena and to start and to work under their own digital entrepreneurial projects, and of course, as a part of digital entrepreneurial teams. So those were two main reasons for us to initiate this research and to start investigating more and further about digital entrepreneurial competencies. On the other side, the fact which is evident is the role of university. If I mention and if I say competencies as it is stated here, this is the part from the literature, but this is a well-known and rational thing to say. It is logical to say that we need universities, and the universities are those who are actually equipping the students with the necessary levels of competencies for them to be able to step a virtual labor market and for them to be able to, as I said, initiate their own digital entrepreneurial ventures and projects and be part of the entrepreneurial teams. So this is the reason why we have initiated the research in the first place. After the idea came the process of realization, of course, of this research idea. And in this process, we did the things which are a common sense and the things that we must do if we want to conduct original and, of course, high-quality research. So in terms of background, I will provide here, of course, only a brief background of the current literature in the area of digital entrepreneurship in general, with a special focus on digital entrepreneurial competencies. And the whole area and the background and the literature around it is gathered, as you can see here, on those three main research areas. The first one is competence frameworks, the second one, competence assessment tools, and finally, digital entrepreneurial competencies. In regards to competence frameworks, the most relevant ones for digital entrepreneurial competencies are sorry, I thought you want to say something. Sorry. The most relevant two are general digital competencies, a framework which is called DigiComp, and the second one is something called EntreComp. This is a competence framework designed specifically for the purpose of entrepreneurship. And definitely, both of those two frameworks serve as a basis for different research in the area of assessing the level of general digital and entrepreneurial competencies of students and general population. For this purpose, many different assessment tools were created and are existing. One of them, which served as a role model for us, is something called digital competence wheel. Later on, I will show you the wheel that we have, the tool that we have developed for our purposes, and it was built, as I said, using this assessment tool as a role model. So the academic literature in this regard is gathered around those two frameworks and assessment tools which are used for the purpose of making assessment of people's skills and knowledge in the area, which is the core area for the specific competence framework. When it comes to digital entrepreneurial competencies, this is definitely a very new area of research interest in general. Some earliest work in this regards we identified in 2018 onwards, meaning that definitely the literature in this regards is pretty scarce at the moment. And that was a good opportunity for us to start building on it. In regards to digital entrepreneurial competencies, the current literature says that defines practically is dealing with identifying and defining the concept of digital entrepreneurial competencies. And there was something very important for our research in terms of literature, academic literature, which happened in 2021, where a group of Spanish researchers, Prendes Espinosa and her associates, identified and defined one competence framework, which is called M-Digital, which was specifically created for the purpose of digital entrepreneurial competencies. And it served for us as a basis for building the tool to assess the levels of our students' digital competencies and to provide the answer on the question that I put as a title for this paper. Do our students have enough levels of digital entrepreneurial competencies? In the process of examining the current academic literature, we have identified clearly that there is no research ever conducted on digital entrepreneurial competencies and the levels for any target group, not only for students, but also for any other kind target group, So definitely that represents a problem, and that represents a gap in the literature which we have identified, and we are building on it, as I said earlier, and creating our research. What is our objective? Specifically for this part of the research, let's say. This paper represents only a fraction of the research. The entire research is much bigger, and there will be another phase of this research. I will tell more in the following minutes. But for this phase, the main objective was to provide, as it is stated here, the first empirical evidence on the actual levels of digital entrepreneurial competencies of university students, because so far nobody measured it, as I said earlier. And of course, the question was how to get there. In this regard, as I said, we used the framework called M-Digital, which was published in 2021 as a theoretical foundation for our research. And on the basis of that framework, we have established, of course, and on the basis of the gap that we have identified, we have firstly established some research questions for us, and later on, of course, developed the appropriate methodology to use it for the purpose of this research. So what are three main research questions that we pose to us as somebody who is investigating this phenomenon? The first one, what are the levels? The tech levels or digital entrepreneurial competence levels of university students, to measure them at least apart for now. Then, in the process of measuring, you will see it later, it is evident that there are differences, and this is something that we assumed will happen. And the question was whether those differences in the levels of the digital entrepreneurial competencies are associated with socioeconomic characteristics of students. And finally, in this M-Digital framework I mentioned earlier, there is something called competence area. There are 4 competence areas which represent main aspects of this competence framework. And under all of them, under each one of them, actually, we have sub-competence areas and relevant indicators. I will show this in a minute. And the question here was, is there an association between sub-competence area, not only for the competence area as a category, but also for sub-competencies? Is there a relationship between socioeconomic characteristics and those sub-competence area? Because we assumed that there might be differences when you observe competence area as a whole, and compare it to sub-competencies which represent the integral part of those competence areas. In order to do so, we use certain methodology, of course. As I said earlier, this is M-Digital, and this would be the competence area that we were targeting in this, let's say, pilot study. For now, we wanted to investigate only the first competence area, to develop methodology, to start developing the tool, and when we have everything ready, tested, validated, tested against reliability, then to extend it to another 3 competence area which exist under M-Digital model. As you can see here, under competence area called identification opportunities, there are 3 sub-competence areas: search for and analysis of information, creativity and innovation, and the final one, prospecting. And for each one of them, this is important for our research, for each one of them, the authors have proposed a set of indicators which is to be used for the purpose of examining the exact levels of digital entrepreneurial competencies for some target group. In our case, those are university students. When it comes to the instrument itself, we used the methodology that already exists in the literature, developed by 2 authors, Kluser and Priego. They developed it in 2018, if I'm not wrong. And the core is that they have used another competence framework, which is called DigiComp, as I mentioned earlier. And they have developed so-called knowledge and ability questions, which are actually assessing the level of functional knowledge of university students. So you have a set of questions you give to the students. They need to answer them and to prove that they really understand and know how to use different tools. And for these indicators, as it is shown here, we have developed a set of questions, and we have developed a questionnaire which was later used and, of course, distributed to our students. Since I see that I have only 3 minutes left, I will cut this part a little bit. For the purpose of analyzing the data, of course, we have used the descriptive statistics. And for the purpose of investigating the association of socio-demographic characteristics of university students and binary variable, which is in our case the level of digital entrepreneurial competencies, we have used, as it is stated here, a logit regression model. And on the basis of that model, we have later received some results, and I will briefly explain now and show you those main results. The first one, the results, of course, and the discussion following these results is associated with research questions that we have identified in the initial phase. So for the first research question, what is the level of the digital competence, digital entrepreneurial competencies for university students? The answer is that based on the first competence area called M-Digital, there are actually data which are showing as descriptive statistics that the level of the overall digital entrepreneurial competencies of university students is actually, I will not say low, but it is, as you can see here, 34.5% of the total sampling. 34.5% of the people answered correctly on the questions they have received, showing that there is definitely a space here for improvements in terms of way we deliver courses, in our curricula, in our teaching style, in many different things. In this part of the research, we were investigating the association of this with socioeconomic, but this is only one aspect of the story. Definitely, there are so many other things that we can investigate. Also, just briefly, we also identified here differences between, for example, Serbia and Kuwait. Something I forgot to mention. The sample was Serbian and Kuwaiti students. We did this research in a period between January and June 2021, as I said earlier, a pilot study. And there are differences as per other elements of this table that you can see here, and descriptive statistics in terms of the overall levels of students' digital entrepreneurial competencies. For the second research question, which was associated with the fact whether socio-demographic characteristics are associated with the levels of digital entrepreneurial competencies of university students, we did the analysis, and this is only a sample model for one indicator. As I said earlier, there are in total 6 indicators under first competence area. And to have a better understanding of the factors which proved to be the most important ones. I'm looking at you, Professor. I will try to stay within the time. Those are the main factors we have identified per different indicators under those sub-competence area. And as you can see here, there are differences. And these differences show, for example, that female students will more likely have higher levels of digital entrepreneurial competencies in the area of called identification of entrepreneurship needs and opportunities. And actually, when we were analyzing this data, we find similar research conducted in general entrepreneurship proving that this finding is, for example, true. And of course, for some other, as you can see here in this table. And finally,
sorry for interrupting. If you could please just wrap up in 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So when it comes to research question number 3, these are the data for the sub-competence area I mentioned earlier. As you can see here, for search for and analysis on information, creativity, innovation, etc., our data are suggesting that there are areas. This is the only finding I will extract here. There are areas in which female students are definitely dominant, such as search for and analysis on information and creativity and innovation. So in these regards, this is a call for action for female students to think about digital entrepreneurship. Implications, theoretical, both, and practical, of course. We are building new knowledge in the area of digital entrepreneurial competencies. Of course, we are providing a tool for the universities to be able to align their syllabuses better to the requirements of the labor market. The limitations, of course, as in any research, there are many limitations of this research. They are stated here, so since we don't have enough time, I'm not going to read them. You can see them clearly in this slide. And the thing that I would like to emphasize as my final point regarding this presentation, as I said at the beginning, this is the first phase. For now, we have investigated only the first competence area, identification of opportunities. We have already actually developed a tool. It is not fully ready to be deployed, but the plan is for the tool to be ready by the end of November. And it is already hosted in this location, as you can see here, www.dactool.com, etc. The point is to use this tool to measure the levels of university students' digital entrepreneurial competencies for the full framework that I have mentioned earlier, and digital for all 4 competence areas. And in these regards, we will have a tool which will have a practical implication tomorrow for universities, for businesses, to be able to deploy the tool for the purpose of measuring, for the targeted audience, to measure the level of their digital entrepreneurial competencies. Thank you so much. I was trying to give as much as possible during this short period of time. I hope that I managed to at least provide you with enough details regarding main aspects of our research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vladimir. Thank you. Since most research is looking at this transformation issue from the technical aspects, I really believe the significant value of the research, like your research, looking at digital transformation from social aspects. So thank you so much again for this very presentation. Yes, first, yes, please, Dr. Sam.
Thank you, Dr. Vladimir. I noticed some of the data that you have presented about Serbian and Kuwaiti students. Most of the figures are higher for the Serbian students. I mean, I understand the technology is quite good in Kuwait and, in fact, very much savvy. So how do you explain the difference for the Serbian, to the Kuwaiti students?
Thank you. Thank you. This is actually a great question. To be able to provide a full answer on this question, we need to undertake additional research. At the moment, we are investigating socioeconomic aspects. As you said, definitely, it is important to analyze the characteristics of the educational environment in those 2 countries, which definitely are different. We need to take into consideration the syllabuses as well. We need to take into consideration the teaching styles of the professor. Even their characteristics, such as their age, nationality, maybe those things also are important. So this is something for us for a future research in regards to this topic, but definitely a great question. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sam. We have a question from our online audience, Ms. Ivana Domazet. Miss Ivana?
Miss Ivana Domazet? There are some technical issues there.
Hello,
Yeah.
Yes.
greetings from Belgrade and congratulations on organizing such a successful conference. Professor Simovic, this topic is extremely current and scientifically very challenging. In this regard, I have one question. You have investigated the impact of socio-demographic factors on digital entrepreneurial competencies. Do you think that some other factors may affect the levels of DEC? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivana. This is actually in line with the question that Dr. Sen posed earlier. The point is that we plan to investigate, and definitely those levels are associated with other factors besides socio-demographic, and those other factors should be also investigated, as I said earlier, characteristics of the system, of the teachers, of the curricula, and all others. And definitely that would be the focus. Thank you.
We have one more question, the last question from Dr. Andre, please.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm going to have one question for my students, basically. Super practical, because I know you can be practical sometimes. Let's say if I want to be a digital nomad, work on an island somewhere and be successful on the internet. What kind of, like you say, in 5 years, what kind of 5 skill set should you recommend me to develop over the next 5 years to be successful?
Thank you. This is a great question. To be honest with you, unfortunately, Dr. Andre, this is the answer I can provide you after we finish the full report and the full research. And when we investigate the entire and digital framework and collect the data for everything, then we will be able to map those skill sets which represent, let's say, a map for the students in terms of primarily for the universities in terms of skills and competencies they need to develop. For now, we can say for sure that skill sets are associated with the socio-demographic characteristics. Why is this important? Because when we teach those courses, and not only we as instructors, but the universities may think of adapting the curricula and the way the materials are delivered to different groups, maybe differently to males compared to females, because as you saw earlier, males, for example, tend to have a higher level of skills and competencies in the area of identifying opportunities, meaning that for males, maybe we need to work in a different way to provide them equal quality of skills and skill set. But the full answer, as I said, when we finish, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions and for this amazing presentation, Dr. Ademir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to proceed to our third presentation, which is going to be online by Dr. Jelena Stojanovic from Alpha BK University, Serbia. Her presentation is going to be about enhancing students' mathematical skills using self-computing. Hello, Dr. Jelena.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here, to be included, and to present one of our science work. Today, in this presentation, I will explain you about prediction of factory affecting the permanence of knowledge mathematics using soft scaling, which I did with Dr. Snežana Gavrilović from Academy of Professional Studies Šumadija. It's college in Trstenik town in Serbia, and Nebojša Denić from University of Pristina, Faculty of Science from Kosovska Mitrovica, again, town in Serbia. About this research, the aim of this research is to predict the factors that affect the permanence of the adopted mathematical content by using the method of artificial intelligence, that is the adaptive neurofuzzy interference system. The short name is ANSYS, and we come to the prediction, the factors that affect the continuity of knowledge in mathematics. one of the more things, the order in to learn mathematics, the modern student does not only need the textbooks, but must also combine other teaching aids, new learning methods, and activities that can raise the level of self-confidence and logical things. In this way, they develop basic mathematical skills such as problem solving, data collection, data evaluation, and measurements, and others. The more mathematics is connected to everyday life, the more students will understand the need for mathematics in their work, and the modern implementation of the teaching process. Information technology is in the narrower sense and indispensable teaching tools to support teachers, and in the traditional way of learning, and to broader sense represents a new methodological approach through different ways of learning and teaching. This research presents some of the many variables which represents independent input data and which affect the independent output variable. If we speak about methodology, the methodology using in this study is mixed. It performs descriptive and quantitative analysis in order to predict the factor that affect the permanence of the ANSYS methodology. The training and testing of the on ANSYS network was performed in MATLAB software package, and according to the collected input and output data pairs based on experimental tests to give an ANSYS network could determine the most influential parameters for a particular output parameters while prediction error. In this research, ANSYS models were formed, and the results of the influence of 1, 2, and 3 outputs quantities in the output were presented. Result of this research means error means deviation means square error, and root means square error for training data. Test data and all the data combined for the input that has the greatest impact at the output side, as well as the reliability coefficient of the model are present in this paper. Input 3 has the lowest RMSA, which means that the degree of use of educational software in learning has the greatest impact on duration and on the average grade in the previous and current year, which is again a measure of the permanence of knowledge. In addition to the individual effects of the input on the output, the mass impact of these two combined inputs on the output was also associated. It was obtained that input 1 and input 3 in combination have the smallest RMSA, the greatest influence on the output size. Thus, the applicability of mathematics and the degree of use the educational software in learning has the greatest impact in the ratio of the average grade in the previous and current school year in mathematics. The values of the training test and all data combined errors and for the two most influential inputs, input 1 and input 3, on the output size and reliability coefficient of the models and presenter of the research. After processing data for the impact of the free output, it was updated that input 1, 3, and 6 have the lowest RMSA, so their joint impact on output is the largest. The applicability of mathematics, the degree of use of education software in learning and described by the ratio is the average grade in the previous and current school years. About implications, the permanence of knowledge is one of the most important factors in improving the teaching of mathematics. Many students are teachers faced with the problem of the permanence of knowledge, and this dependent variable which measures the permanence of knowledge represents the relationship between average grade in mathematics and to the end of the current and on the end of the previous school year. The processing samples in this research consists of 223 dates, out of which 119 were used for network training and 33 for testing. In order to some knowledge to become permanent, it is not enough just to adopt certain procedures, but the teaching contents must be understood, and the student must be able to apply that knowledge in a new situation. The results of this research present most influential factors of the permanence of knowledge, and namely, one most influential factor, the two most influential factor combined, the three most influential factor combined. According to the results of this research, the most influential factor on the permanence of knowledge is the degree of use of education software outside the classroom. And learning with education software activates many more senses than learning in traditional ways. The two most influential factors combined on the permanence of knowledge are learning with help of educational software independently outside the teaching process and applicability of mathematics in other subjects. By introducing educational software into the immediate teaching process, mathematics teaching can be improved, the modernized, and this keep pace with the technological achievements in the 21st century. A change in the teaching of mathematics imply an inevitable change in methodology of teaching mathematics, and this will also require a change of teaching's personality and his role in the teaching. The teachers will guide the students on how to learn and not what to learn. In this way, students will be the creators of their own knowledge and will have to take responsibility for their education. Learning mathematics will no longer be something that the student will go into, but something that he will trick with and get the most out of. Aware in this role in the real and creative environment. And thank you for your attention, and sorry for my bad English. I try to speak, but from Serbia to go into English, it's so hard.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yelena, for your presentation regarding really interesting subject, actually, dealing with the issue from a learning and teaching process perspective. Thank you, really. Is there any question to our presenter from, please, Ms. Masuma?
Thank you very much for this informative presentation. I noticed as a teacher that some of my students who are semester 1, some of them freshly graduated from K-12, they struggle with math especially. They cannot look into simple formulas when it comes to when I'm teaching them Excel. So they don't even try to resolve the formula. They don't even try to think about it. And it appears to me that this problem did not really occur from yesterday. It's been years that they suffer with this problem. So simple accounting, formulas or finance formulas, or even economy, they struggle with it. So do you think if we apply such systems and educational learning tools into K-12 years, do you think this will be effective to remove the fear out of students dealing with such formulas? Because in terms of permanence of knowledge, well, it has proved itself. What about the fear that we're seeing here, that it doesn't feel that it was created yesterday, it's been through years? And another question, do you yourself use any tools? And if you do, can you share with us some of them? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We have the same problem here, to include some formulas, and a lot of students and teachers have a fear to, we just working on traditional way. But last 3 years here, we don't have opportunity to work with the students and to work with, to be included, don't be online. So this, I think that when starts with Corona, we have opportunity to see that this is the future. And yes, students now accept more this way of learning. And if somebody loves mathematics, they will try and find a way how to include everything and how to research. But the problem is the students who don't like this, and they always do with the pressure. And yes, we need to wait a lot of years to finish all of this and to be acceptable to everyone. And
Thank
one
you.
more, can you please repeat the second question?
Next question is, if you yourself used any of these tools, and if you, could you share your experience?
I use on, because I don't teach mathematics, but my finished work for Doctor Sciences was included about electronics learn and everything. For me, it was much easier, and students which I working accept much more all of this, accept more programs, include everything, because for us it's much better. We can work from the distance. We can use a lot of things we can include, because it's much better if you want to search. If you don't want to search and just want to pass some, some lesson, then it's not accepted. But if the students which are working, they really, they're really nice, and they accept everything. And I think that I cannot follow them because they know a lot. They include all programs. And yes, they're very open to learn, to find everything new.
Thank you so much. Any question? I'm just checking. Probably not. Thank you so much, Dr. Yelena, for your presentation and for your significant contribution to our conference today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the presentations for our first session. I would like to thank all our respected presenters. They really provided us very important aspects, and they shared with us their research findings, looking at the digital transformation from technical aspects, social aspects, as well as teaching and learning process perspective. And I also would like to thank our audience for their to-the-point questions, really, that helped us clarify the findings for all of us. Now I'm going to proceed to our next session, which is going to be on digital transformation in business. And as you know that we are conducting our sessions in parallel, and the session here will be moderated by my dear colleague, Dr. Feyden Theophanidis, and the session in F18 will be moderated by my dear colleague, Dr. Stephen Telford. Thank you so much. Dr. Feyden, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Alpert. for the moderation. Dear guests, welcome. I would like to welcome you to the second session titled Compulsive Digital Transformation in Business. We planned three presentations for this section. The first one is by Dr. Christos Livas, an assistant professor at the University of Patras in Greece. He will be presenting a study titled Compulsive Buying and Beliefs About Digital Advertising. In a sample of 117 participants, the authors used structural equation modeling to define a theoretical causal model between compulsive buying, enjoyment of digital advertising, and appropriateness and behavioral impact. The second presentation is going to be delivered by Dr. Omar Al-Husainan, assistant professor at the Australian University, Kuwait. He's going to present a study titled Business-to-Business WASTA Relations. And Dr. Omar, I can see you are seated in the second row. One of the very first words that I learned when I first came to Kuwait was the word WASTA. So I'm expecting a very interesting presentation. And finally, the third presentation is going to be delivered by Dr. Mihailo Panovic from the Institute of Economic Sciences in Serbia. He will be presenting a study titled Innovation Performances of Entrepreneurial Firms in Serbia. Before we proceed with the presentations, I would like to state that the presentations will last for 15 minutes and followed by 5 minutes of Q&A session. After 10 minutes, you will be reminded that 5 minutes are left to conclude with your presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Christos Livas to begin with his presentation.
Thank you very much, and greetings from Greece. I would like your help in navigating through the slides. I do not seem to have the license to navigate through my slides.
Christos, can you find the button, take control?
I cannot see the button.
At the top?
At the top. Oh, yes, thank you very much. I believe that I have now taken control of the presentation, and thank you very much once more. Our study focuses on compulsive buying, which although as this concept has been thought of as something rather broad in the literature and something that stems, something that is caused from, let's say, marketing messages, for example. In the present study, we have thought of CB as a psychological characteristic of consumers, which is mostly the result of their personal traits and broader factors of the environment. So the basic goal of this study was to determine the relationship between compulsive buying, which we will be referring to as CB, and the general beliefs about digital marketing messages. Before we move on to the specific method that we followed and the findings, we would like to first define these two major concepts that we studied. CB is thought of in the present study and in the literature as a psychological, mostly characteristic, which determines buying frequency and buying volumes. We would define this concept as something that shows whether the consumer belongs to a, let's say, shopaholic market segment, whereas beliefs are a rather general concept which may refer to thoughts, feelings, and views held by the market and the specific market segments regarding, in this study, advertising messages on digital media. So these two concepts are the two major concepts that we will be looking at. So we studied these two concepts by studying one sample of 117. We used a survey methodology. The study sample, given that these are the first stages of the study, is rather small, and we can see that the majority of the study sample were female. They held university level education and were rather young. Therefore, generalizations have to be made with caution. With respect to the measurement scales, we used well-known and valid state scales, from the literature. For compulsive buying, we used Ridgway's 6 Likert statement scale, and for beliefs, we modified one very well-known scale, and from the 30 Likert statements that they had proposed, we utilized 10 that related to both thoughts and feelings regarding digital marketing messages, given that consumers usually go through 3 stages: the learning stage, the feeling stage, and the doing stage. Thus, the Likert statements that we used related to these 3 stages. Before we conducted structural equation modeling, given that we modified certain scales, we did 2 different factor analysis. Exploratory factor analysis first showed that from the 6 Likert statement that we used for the CB scale, 3 could be used further. So 3 remained, 3 Likert statements. From the second scale, the broader beliefs scale, we utilize these 10 Likert statements, but just 5 remained. That these 5 statements were distinguished in 2 different factors. The first factor was enjoyment, which could be also termed as likability. It is we think of this factor as something that is related mostly to feelings, and the appropriateness and behavioral factor, which is more or less related to the behavioral states of digital users. The behavioral states that we are discussing now is more related to the willingness of the digital user to buy. Thus, from the 3 stages, the learning, the feeling, and the doing stage, we have 2 factors. The first factor is related to the feeling states, to the likability of the marketing methods, and the second factor more to the doing states, which shows the willingness of the digital user to buy. The second step before the structural model was a confirmatory factor analysis. The confirmatory factor analysis results were rather satisfactory. So these three factors demonstrated a very, very good model fit. The chi-square test was insignificant. The CFI and the TLI values were greater than 0.95, which is very good. The P close was greater than 0.05. Therefore, model fit was great. So we were able to move on to the structural model. The structural model is a very simple model, as you can barely see in this slide. It's a sequential model showing that CB, this psychological characteristic, has a positive effect on enjoyment, and subsequently enjoyment has a positive effect on the willingness to buy factor. So it's a sequential model, a very simple model, which shows that shopaholics are more likely to like digital marketing messages, and subsequently those who have good feelings regarding these digital marketing messages will be more likely to develop a greater willingness to buy a certain brand, for example. The structural model had like the factor model that we just saw, had a very good model fit. The chi-square test was once more non-significant. The CFI and the TLI values were great. This model seems to work. The main message from this model, the main message shown, given that we had two factors, is that this likelihood, this psychological characteristic of buyers who are those who can be characterized as frequent buyers, as addicted to buying, are more likely to develop good feelings regarding digital marketing messages. And through this emotional state, these feelings state, they are more likely to buy greater volumes or more frequently. So this is...
Dr. Christos, sorry for interrupting. You have 4 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is the main message here, that the doing states is primarily motivated from feelings rather than thoughts and let's say logic. And this is very significant. And as we move on to the next slide, this is very, very crucial, let's say, for both brands and for the governments and institutions, given that this shopaholic market segment is more likely to be more vulnerable, more receptive to digital marketing messages. They have to be in some sort safe, guarded from multiple marketing actions. This is something very, very crucial to know that that we have certain market segments that are more vulnerable to what we do, and we have to, and the last message from these findings is that the use of digital media should always take into consideration the specificities of the market segment and its specific needs. And I think there are some things that we have to consider. This specific study did not use a probability sampling method, thus generalizations given the small sample size have to be made with much caution. The context is specific, therefore future studies may be willing to study different and various contexts, and this modification that we did with the broader beliefs scale is something that future studies would have to consider. And that's about it. Thank you very much for your time.
Dr. Christos, for your slick presentation. Now we are entering into a QA session. First, we're going to take a question from the audience and then from the online participants. Is there any question for Dr. Olivas, please? Yes. We'll get the microphone.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question. Would you consider that with digital marketing, you can target customers based on their interests? So for example, if I'm not interested in cars, right? If I'm driving down the street and there's an ad with for a car, right? I'm bombarded with ads that I'm not interested in, versus on digital, I'm getting ads that appeal to me and they're more targeted, so I'm more interested in it. Do you think that this is more effective? Or do you feel like it's still unethical? Unethical, I would say, if they use my own data to customize a very specific message to make me buy something. But if it's more generic, based on my interests in general, would you consider that unethical, or do you think that customers are frustrated because of that?
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, it is very difficult to discuss the boundaries between what is legal and what is moral. And so this is something very, very complicated. We would say that this is very common based on what we do. We are being shown relevant marketing messages. I would say that for this shopaholic market segment, this high relevance of the marketing messages is dangerous for them. Dangerous. So it is something that we have to consider.
Thank you very much for your answer, Dr. Christos. Now we're going to take one question from the online participants. Dr. Mihailo Panovic, please go ahead with your question.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank you for the interesting presentation, and I would like to ask one question. My question is, do you plan to examine the impact of age, salary level, level of education, and gender on compulsive purchases?
Thank you very much for your question. We did study these variables. However, most likely due to the small sample size, the effects that we found were not very large. Thus, it is very likely that with a larger sample size, we would see something else. One thing that I can say for sure is that gender seems to be linked with CB. Females seem to be more likely to think likewise to this shopaholic market segment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
One final question from me, Dr. Christos. I carefully read your extended abstract, and this abstract was full of technical details. I really enjoyed reading it. My question is, based on the findings, compulsive buying is positively associated with enjoyment of digital advertising. Did you find any significant direct effect from compulsive buying on appropriateness and behavioral impact?
So thank you once more for this question. This is very crucial. We looked for a direct effect, but we did not find it. So the main thought here is that willingness to buy from this shopaholic market segment is mostly driven through their feelings state rather than thinking. So that is the main thing that we found.
Thank you very much. Ms. Alexandra Bradic, you raised your hand. Please go ahead with one final question.
Okay, thank you. I have just one short question. Do you have an insight into impact of culture in belief system, which is close connected with emotional reactions as a compulsive behavior of buyers?
So thank you very much. This is one of the limitations, and this comment is something that future studies should take into consideration. So future studies should look into different national context to see whether this phenomenon that we are seeing is stronger for some rather than for the whole. So thank you for this comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christos, for your slick presentation. You stimulated many questions from the audience, online and physical audience. So
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to proceed with our next presenter, Dr. Omar Al-Husainan, Assistant Professor at the Australian University, Kuwait. He's going to be presenting a study titled Business-to-Business WASTA Relations. In a sample of 224 Kuwaiti companies, Dr. Omar used structural equation modeling to identify the relationships between WASTA, business relationship satisfaction, innovation, and efficiency. Please, Dr. Omar, come to the podium. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Faden. Thank you to our Dean, Dr. Farid, and those who are organizing this lovely conference. Today I'm going to talk about something called WASTA. A lot of people in this region, they truly understand this word. However, it's a word that means nepotism or cronyism, or even in Russian, blat. I don't know if Dr. Vladimir noticed it. So it talks about favoritism, it talks about connections. And this is something that we have published recently in a Q1 journal. And today I'm sharing it with you in a different scope because we're trying to put into it the digitalization aspect. Now, as we said, WASTA is all about connections. It's all about networking. Who do you know? And usually they use it in companies. They use it in the public sector, private sector. They use it in governments. They also use it in marriages, if you believe it or not. I mean, it's a social aspect, which is called WASTA. And if you notice, it's a social contract. So yes, it's related to business. However, it's morely towards social aspects of things being taken into perspective. Now, we were talking about the positive side, where people actually use it to benefit. However, there is something called dark side of WASTA. And we call it the dark side of WASTA because it actually manipulates many aspects of business relations. I mean, for example, in Kuwait, the GDP, which is projected for 2022, I believe it's 144 billion US dollars. And if you consider WASTA from that perspective, I mean, as per the IMF, International Monetary Fund, they projected that there's at least 2.4% damage being made because of WASTA. This is related to business. And when we say 2.4%, you're talking about at least 3 billion US dollars that is being wasted or not misused regarding WASTA. Now, before even going further, I want to make sure that you guys get the scope of WASTA by saying that there's a study that has been made, and it says that 80% of Kuwaitis, I'm talking about Kuwait here, they actually believe that WASTA is necessary. Necessary in terms of getting promoted, necessary in terms of getting things done. I'm talking about visas, I'm talking about licensed drivers, and many other aspects, However, if you go to the UAE, they believe 76% is needed. If you go to Qatar, it says 62%. And we said, why is that? Why is it going lower and lower, especially when you go to UAE and then you go to Qatar? And we noticed that in Qatar and UAE, what's different is they have a different managerial aspect. Those who are managing the country, yes, they're ruling family or whatever. However, senior management are non-national people. So people in the United Kingdom, in the United Arab Emirates, are mainly from the United Kingdom, mainly from the United States. So they don't take into consideration families and tribes and clans. And if you go to Qatar, same idea. People who are running the country, senior management, they don't take that into consideration. So the percentage goes down. Now, as an Arab society, we are truly a collective society in a way that all our activities are related to the social aspect. Who are you? What's your family name? Where do you come from? And so on and so forth. And this is damaging in a way, to be honest, where we should take into consideration merits, qualifications, skills, and all of these aspects rather than names and bloodlines. Now, we had to take a theory aspect towards this research. So we thought, what's best theory serves us most? And we figured the social exchange theory. So the social exchange theory talks about basically trust between people. It talks about what do I benefit from you and what do you benefit from me? And from there, we consider ourselves having a bigger scope of helping or benefiting each other. Now, the social exchange theory studies the social interaction between the two parties that engage in a mutually beneficial contract. And as you see, we're talking about beneficials again. So WASTA is all about how do I benefit myself and how do I benefit you? Now, if I see that by helping you, you won't help me one day, truly, I wouldn't give you that WASTA. I wouldn't give you that privilege. And that's the damaging dark side of it. So if I saw that X would help me one day, without even him asking me, I will go and pursue this and I'll try to help him. I'll try to push for his paperwork and stuff. So hopefully in 1 year, 2 years, I'll go back to that person and say, hey, I did you this favor. Now it's your turn to return it back. And this is the beneficial aspect that I'm trying to persuade you with. Now, when we did this research, we were talking about private companies in Kuwait. And one of the discussion was, would they be ethical in answering our survey? Because it is a sensitive topic, as if you're asking them, do you use WASTA? Straight away. And to be honest, they did answer us, and we promised that we won't, publish their names and so on and so forth. And we noticed that they actually use it heavily. In what aspect? In suppliers and buyers. So they choose their suppliers not based on quality, but based on how can I benefit you. You get what I mean? Now, there is two aspects to this research. When we talk about innovation, for example, when we talk about the WASTA relations and their effect on innovation, you would consider that usually businesses want to innovate to create, to maximize shareholder wealth. They want to maximize their wealth. However, we notice that, yes, they do have that in mind. However, it's better for us to benefit X on Y. Why? Because X is more favorable to me. So I'd rather lose millions in a contract or lose a couple of amounts of funds or whatever, making sure that X is never being broken in front of Y. So it's that aspect taken into consideration. Now, connections and relations are key elements in the Arab business world used for connections. So it's a thing that's been used everywhere. However, we're talking about Kuwait, and since that we're calling it wasta. Now, wasta comes from the word wasit, which means medium. It's a medium that you use to reach the point that you want to reach. Yeah. Now, if we talk about relationship satisfaction, wasta relationship allows members to seek basically and expect assistance from one another, leading to trust. And we're trying to emphasize on trust here. So once you put wasta in the line, you're expecting trust. And if I do that favor, and then you pay me back with that favor also, we're building basically a relationship with trust. Now, if I found out that you did not push what I wanted you to push, we basically lost trust here. So basically, wasta, the stronger the wasta is, the stronger the trust tied between you and the other party. Now, the greater the trust, as we said, the relation among the parties, the greater the satisfaction in the relationship among them. So once you have a better trust with that party, basically he'll basically put you in more, he'll give you more favor. GDP comes into place. Now, the thing that we saw that it hinders in business-to-business relations is efficiency. Because wasta is taking place, and because we mentioned quality, sometimes choices are not made in an ethical way. And quality is basically thrown out of the window. And rather than taking something that is qualified for your business or qualified for your own society, they would actually focus on other things. And this, in return, makes efficiency lower. So there are widespread criticism about wasta in the Arab world, as we said, that encourages nepotism and causes inefficiencies in the economy. And this is where it targets hard. Now, B2B wasta relationship negatively impact the efficiency of firms. However, others would argue that it has a positive impact, especially when you're getting contracts. Many Kuwaitis here who are listening to me, or those who are living in Kuwait for a while now, they will notice that many contracts from the government are given only to certain families. And I can see smiles right now in the auditorium. And we know them by name. We know them by name, and they know themselves, and they're always being favored. Now, when you ask why, and you try to open the Pandora box, you'll find that they're also giving the government something back. Silence, yes. Now, yes. The social exchange theory explains how quality of relationship among parties in wasta can influence relationship satisfaction. So many people in Kuwait, they would get actually a position, not based on their quality. If you take them as an individual and you compare them with those who are within their circle, you would notice that they do not have such quality to take that position. And then when you dig more, you will find in the equation the letter W. We call it actually vitamin W, which is basically wasta. And it flips my mind, to be honest. You know, when you work really hard and you're trying to be productive, because we have a saying in economics that says the more production, the better standard of living of that country will be. However, because of that aspect, we see that productivity is lower the strategy of that government or country or business or even corporate governance is lower because people are implementing WASTA. They're taking positions that they shouldn't take. And when they take them and they're not qualified enough, they will not be as productive as they should be. And that's the sad story in a nutshell. Now, the methodology that we use that we use in our published journal, and hopefully we'll try to also use it in this paper, the hybrid approach. Basically, we're going to use quantitative and qualitative aspect. We're hoping to collect huge data rather than focusing on 244 companies. We're going to actually widen the scope and go within the Middle East, so the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa. And hopefully this will give us a bigger picture. One of the things that we're proud that we're using and many people are afraid to use, which is the PLS-SEM method. Basically, we use this method which is the partial least squares structural equation modeling. We use it for very complex equations where we take estimates. So if you want to get an estimation of something, however, your data is very complex, it has a lot of variables, we'll use this kind of method. Now, the results that we're expecting is basically measurement model evaluation, which is two lenient variables with reflective measurements models, where we're putting WASTA and relations satisfaction into perspective. And then we're trying to target efficiency in this point, just to show those decision makers that you're actually going to hinder efficiency if you hire or put people into perspective using WASTA, basically. I could see a lot of people give me a lovely smile. They're so happy that I'm talking about this sensitive topic, as if I'm taking justice. In conclusion, relationship satisfaction fully meditates the relationship between WASTA and efficiency. And that's what we're trying to put in perspective here. Now, the discussion really quick because I think time is being taken off. The study of buyer-seller relationship confirms the multifaceted effect of B2B WASTA relations. And trust and commitment are critical to maintaining B2B relations. Here in Kuwait, to maintain a B2B relationship, you need to have a very strong tie of trust with confidential information and confidential contracts and so on and so forth, and attending a lot of social activities just to maintain that business contract that does not have any relation with what you're doing. Now, the implication is WASTA relationship is directly related to the future economic benefits, and I tried to prove that, trying to show you the GDP and how the GDP is actually being impacted when people are actually using WASTA because of productivity, basically. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes WASTA is being used in a good way. When you are actually qualified, when you are actually coming up with what is required for that job. And people will actually talk about you saying that we actually recommend X, Y, Z. However, recommendation aside, you need to go through the process. So we would recommend X, but we want X to go through the process, the official pipelines, to get that job. So this is a recommendation. So the WASTA here changes from its aspect of nepotism, and it becomes, let's say, a strong recommendation. And that's fine. Now, lastly, the future research that we try to hope to get is basically studies also investigate the relationship between digital transformation and business-to-business WASTA relations. And I want to give this small example really quick, which is in the old times, if you had a traffic ticket, you would call someone and basically take it off manually. Nowadays, everything is being digitalized. And it's very tough for you to do that phone call, to remove that traffic light or to remove such a thing from the system. So even hiring right now in business to business, companies and stuff, they're all considering computing rather than manual intakes. This is the paper that we published, if you guys are interested to read, and I think this slide will be shared with you guys. And I leave it with Dr. Baden, our lovely moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar, for your very interesting presentation. You enlightened us with the positive and negative issues of WASTA. I have to tell you that in Greece, the country I come from, we also have a word for WASTA. We call it VISMA. And VISMA is the last part of a cable which you have to connect it into a plug in order your device to start working. So this signifies the importance of WASTA, and it's not only in Russia, but or in the Arab world, but also in Greece. Correct. So now we are entering the Q and the questions and answers session. Do we have any question for Dr. Amar from the audience? Yes, please.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, يعطيك العافية على presentation. Is WASTA considered as double standard ولا لا?
This was the title of our published research was called the double-edged sword of WASTA. WASTA could actually help you, and sometimes WASTA could actually harm you. So yes, it does have two sides to it.
Yes, question. Yes.
Which refers to? Wow. Yes, I said that. It's referred to vitamin wow. Correct.
I mentioned it, but you didn't hear me. But subconsciously, you must have heard me.
True.
But the play was interesting. I mean, it should be more popular these days.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Vitamin F.
Vitamin F.
Wow.
Wow. Not F. Yeah.
Another question from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Omar, for the speech. You've mentioned UAE and Qatar. They have less percentages of WASTA because of the senior management in the country are foreigners. So do you think this is the solution in Kuwait? How can we prevent? Should we bring the foreigners to manage the senior management, or there's other ways to prevent the negative WASTA effect? Thank you.
First of all, it's one of the things that are making these percentages lower. However, I don't totally agree. I actually agree with having qualified people. Now, Kuwait is different in the region. A lot of people, they don't know that. Maybe Khalid, you would know this as a Kuwaiti, but Kuwait, since the 60s, we have a university. Since the 60s, we've been sending people to Harvard, Stanford, the United Kingdom, United States, Canada, and stuff. We have a lot of people who are qualified and educated. Now, the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, they just recently started from the 80s. If you know where I'm trying to go with. And they don't have the population for it. They don't have the qualifications of people to manage. So they started with this. They brought these experts from abroad, and they started running Kuwait, now running their own country. Now in Kuwait, this happened actually in 1952, and the one who stopped it was Sheikh Abdullah Salim, Allah yarhamah. When he came, he told all of the English consultants and advisors to leave the country. He gave them 30 days. He said, within 30 days, you need to leave. And the reason behind it is he wanted to promote those who are living in this country, to run the country. However, with time, he noticed that tribal aspects comes into place, the clan comes into place, names comes into place, even religion, sex, or schools comes also into place, unfortunately. So the answer would be putting the qualified person in the right place rather than taking other aspects of hiring. So qualification is number one. And we see this in AU, for example. I'm a Kuwaiti in this College of Business, and we have a lot of expats who are with us in this college. However, my qualification compared to those who are running the school or running the college is very, very small. So it's great to have someone who comes abroad, runs our college, develops it, does his job, and he's making Kuwait a better place, because those who are graduating from the university are actually Kuwaiti. At the end of the day, they're going to leave this college and they go to the industry and be more productive. So we used his expertise for the better good. Now we could take this into the government and take it into a bigger scale, and it will show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. One more question from our online participants. Ms. Milena Lazic, please go ahead with your question.
Okay, I will be very short. We in Serbia also face VASTA, and I was wondering, do you maybe know what is the percentage of VASTA in Kuwait? Do you have that impression or information? Thank you.
Since I'm an academic, I'm not going to say something without a reference. I don't have that number, but as per the survey that we got from the IMF, it says that 80% believe that WASTA is necessary to get things done. So I truly believe it's 100% maybe, or 90%. I mean, we have it everywhere, to be honest. And I'm trying to be as honest as I can. So let's say, I mean, even the non-Kuwaitis in front of me right now, Milena, I don't know if you see them, but they're smiling. And they're non-Kuwaitis. So imagine now Kuwaiti, he's laughing. The Kuwaiti guy is laughing. So yeah. I hope I answered your question. It's high. Let's put it high.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Omar. This is the end. We are running low in questions, but okay. One final question.
Thank you, Dr. Omar, for talking about this topic. I just want to ask the last question. Do you think WASTA is playing a role against the law in Kuwait? And do you think it's fair for some people that doesn't have WASTA? Like, how could they do stuff if they don't have WASTA? Let's talk like driver license.
Now, I'm not talking to that extent. I mean, not having a WASTA in Kuwait, you still live and you still get promoted and you get hired and life is still great. I'm talking about the aspect where you get the extras or you shorten, for example, if something that needs to be done within 3 months, WASTA would make it, let's say, 3 days. Do you get what I mean? So this is from the second part of your question. Let me go to your first part. WASTA is good and bad. As I said, if you use it as a recommendation, however that person goes through the process, through the official process or pipeline, then that's fine. But if you use WASTA and you're trying to loop or go above the law and so on and so forth, then that's unethical. And that's why a lot of people try to avoid discussing such matters in public, to be honest. So yes, it does go sometimes above the law in a way, and sometimes it's good. So as I said, it has the light side and dark side to it.
Thank you, Dr. Omar. Let's quickly move to the next presenter, Dr. Mihailo. Dr. Mihailo Panovic from the Institute of Economic Sciences in Serbia. He will be presenting a study titled Innovation Performances of Entrepreneurial Firms in Serbia. The author conducted a survey to companies in Serbia about product and business process development innovations. Employee and customer satisfaction were also measured, and he used discrete statistics and correlations to analyze the data. Dr. Mihailo, please, you can begin with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Mihailo Paunovic, and I work at the Institute of Economic Sciences in Serbia, in Belgrade. And today I'm going to present a paper about innovation performances of entrepreneurial firms in Serbia. The paper is written by me and by my colleague, Marija Lazarević-Moravčević. So our paper has two objectives. The first objective is to investigate the innovation performance of Serbian entrepreneurial firms. And when we say innovation performance, we mean all achievements and results derived from innovation. And the second objective is to explore the relationship between introducing innovations on one side and customer and employee satisfaction on the other. But first of all, what is a business innovation? According to Oslo Manual, guidelines for collecting, reporting, and using data on innovation, Business innovation is a new or improved product or business process or a combination of both that differs significantly from the firm's previous product or business process and that has been introduced in the market or brought into use by the firm. So, this definition indicates that there are two types of business innovations, product innovation and business process innovation. And because the subject of our study are small entrepreneurial firms, this study focuses only on business process innovations. According to Oslo Manual, there are actually 6 types of business process innovation. The first type is innovation in production of goods or services. The second is innovation in distribution and logistics. The third, innovation in marketing and sales. Fourth, innovation in information and communication systems. Fifth, innovation in administration and management. And finally, the 6th type of business process innovation is innovation in product and business process development. And the focus of our study is only on business process innovations related to product and business process development. So we focused only on this 6th type of business process innovations according to Oslo Manual. As previously mentioned, the subject of our study are small entrepreneurial firms. There are many definitions of entrepreneurial firms. Some of them are narrower, some of them are wider. For example, a narrow definition of entrepreneurial firm is that entrepreneurial firm is a firm that is all between 3 and 42 months, which is 3.5 years. But in this study, we use a wider definition of entrepreneurial firm. And according to that definition, entrepreneurial firm is a company that meets one of the following 3 criteria. Employs less than 100 people, was founded less than 7 years ago, and represents a company that is new to the market. So our sample includes 140 young Serbian companies that fit the definition of entrepreneurial firms. They fit the definition because they have, all of them have less than 100 employees, and they are founded in 2015. So they are founded less than 7 years ago. Our sample actually consists of 140 companies founded in 2015 that published their financial statements in 2017. We received a database from the Ministry of Economy of the Republic of Serbia of all companies that were founded in 2015 and that published their financial statements in 2017. We collected the data about entrepreneurial firms using a questionnaire. So we found the email addresses of all companies founded in 2015 that published their financial statements in 2017. And we focused only on companies that had at least 3 employees. So between 3 and 10 employees, because some questions in a questionnaire are related to most of the employees. So if you want to talk about the most of the employees, there should be at least 3 employees in the company. So that's why our sample consists of the companies with at least 3 employees. The respondents assessed various statements about product and business process development innovation on a 5-point Likert scale. So number 1 means strongly disagree, and number 5, strongly agree. Actually, there are 6 questions that respondents received, and those questions were derived from several indicators within the balanced scorecard process perspective. So we use the balanced scorecard, specifically the process perspective of the balanced scorecard, in order to make the questions for our respondents. So the respondents received 6 questions. The first question that they assessed on a 5-point Likert scale is, our company introduced innovations that enable us to operate more efficiently? The second question, customer suggestions led to numerous process improvements. The third, most of our employees are dedicated to introducing innovations that continuously improve our processes. 4, our company established routines that led to more efficient operations. 5, our company introduced innovations that enabled us to respond to customer complaints in a shorter time than our competitors. And finally, the 6th question, our company introduced innovations that enabled us to develop a product or a service in a shorter time than our competitors. So the respondents assessed those questions on a 5-point Likert scale. And on the same scale, they also compared employee and customer satisfaction with that of their most important competitors. The statistical analysis involved descriptive statistics, frequencies, reliability analysis, and correlation analysis. Let me say something about the results of our study. So, most entrepreneurial firms introduced many business process innovations related to product and business process developments. Specifically, those innovations enabled them to operate more efficiently, improve their processes, establish routines, and respond to customer complaints faster than their competitors. Finally, we found that introducing business process innovation is positively associated with both employee and customer satisfaction. The implications of our study. The findings of this paper can help policymakers create instruments for supporting entrepreneurial firms in Serbia and assess the contribution of innovation to economic goals. They also send a message in which direction it is necessary to provide support to strengthen the small firm's innovation capacity. About the originality of this paper, as far as we, as the authors, are aware, such research has not been previously conducted in Serbia. But our results are comparable with those of similar studies that are conducted in other countries. And our results could be applied to other Western Balkan countries that have similar characteristics of national innovation systems. Contribution. This research adds important new insight into the innovative activity of Serbian entrepreneurial firms, and it shows how successful they are in introducing business process innovations related to product and business process development. And finally, this research demonstrates a clear connection between business process innovations on one side and employee and customer satisfaction on the other. In the end, I added the 3 references that I used in this PowerPoint presentation. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mihailo, for your very interesting presentation. Now we will enter the questions section. We will first start with the audience, physical audience. Do we have any question for Dr. Mihailo, please? Yes, Dr. Vladimir.
Hello, Dr. Mihailo, and thank you for your presentation. My question relates to the applicability of your research and its results to, let's say, Middle East and countries beyond Western Balkans, for example. Thank you in advance.
Well, actually, this methodology can be used also for other countries. So the only thing is that I will have to find a sample of the companies in the Middle East and to find, some information about them, and their content details in order to distribute the questionnaire. But this questionnaire with some small modifications could be adapted to, I think, Middle East companies, and it can be distributed to them. So.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other question for Dr. Mihailo, please? Yes. Dr.
Right.
Weil.
Thank you, Dr. Mikhailo, for your valuable contribution. I just have a question for you in regards to, have you looked at the drivers for the introduction of these business process innovations within those companies, the drivers or the factors that contributed to those introductions? And can we look at a parallel within corporate, for corporate entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship or large-scale companies, for example?
Well, in this study, we didn't look at the drivers, so there should be like some there should be a more comprehensive study that will look at the drivers, but we'll take that into consideration, and maybe for some future studies we'll try to make questionnaire with actually more statements that also include the drivers. So that could be also one of the possibilities for future research. And this actually methodology is specifically designed for small firms. So for a corporate entrepreneurship, I think we'll need to make a different questions, and also to assess, I mean, to read more literature about the corporate entrepreneurships in order to adapt this methodology for them. So.
Thank you very much for your answer. Do we have any other question? I don't see any question from the online audience. Okay, one final question from me, if you allow me, Dr. Mikhailo. Which are the specific business process innovations which are positively associated with employee and customer satisfaction?
Well, actually, I mean, in PowerPoint presentation, I just put the main results, but actually we found a high correlation. I mean, Pearson correlation coefficient higher than 0.3 between customer and employee satisfaction, and introducing innovations that continually improve the processes in a company, that enable more efficient operations, that reduce the time to respond to customer complaints, and reduce the time to develop a product or a service.
Thank you very much. Now we reach the end of this session. We will resume at 2:40 after lunch with a session about digital transformation across industries, moderated by Dr. Richard Rauter. I hope you enjoyed all the presentations. Thank you for attending and enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
My name is Richard. I'll be the session chair. We're here today to explore how to rebuild industries digitally. So we have the technology, we have the capabilities. Digital transformation can lead the way. Better than before, we should be better, stronger, more effective and more efficient. Papers in this session span a range of industries. We have the health sector, banking industry, and the construction industry. And on that note, please may I introduce the first speaker, Engineer Mohammed, for his paper entitled The Use of Disruptive Technologies in the Construction Industry. So, Engineer Mohammed, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Australian University for organizing such an amazing event, for giving me the chance to present our recent work regarding the use of technologies in the construction industry. To begin with, I just want to note down that we would like to integrate virtual reality and digital technologies into engineering education or into the construction industry through engineering education. And to do that, we need to change how engineering education is actually the engineering education pedagogy. So a little bit about myself. I'm coming from a civil engineering background. I have a master's degree in construction management. I have around 6 years of industry experience and around 2 years of academia. My research interests revolves around the innovation in engineering education pedagogy, digitalization of the construction industry, gamification of construction, occupational health and safety in construction and construction sector productivity. How did this all start? Back in 2015, I graduated as a civil engineering student, hired in one of the construction projects in Kuwait for a 5 million KD construction project. And my first task was to actually interpret, read, and investigate the current engineering drawings in order to come up with different methodologies to better perform the construction activities. And I looked at the plans and I understood absolutely nothing. The plans to me were very difficult to interpret. I had a problem visualizing the complex plans. And I said to myself, well, I need to check with my superiors. They might be able to help me out. And I head to one of the senior engineers over there, hoping that they could actually explain to me what these structural plans meant. And they too were unable to understand what these plans actually meant. And I knew then that there was a problem regarding engineering education. So we were unprepared, neither the freshly graduate nor the experienced were prepared to visualize these complex plans, to understand how these plans are actually interpreted in real life. And guess what happened? A lot of reworks, a lot of conflicts going on, laggard productivity, and the project went beyond time and beyond the budget anticipated. I said to myself, well, the problem lies in engineering education. And in order for the construction sector to perform and become and to shift its current practices into more digital ones, we need to integrate digitalization in the engineering education sector. I remember back then, during my bachelor's degree, in many cases, especially engineering drawings, I was always unmotivated to look at 2D plans. I was very disengaged regarding these 2D plans. I was unable to visualize, and unfortunately, I was ill prepared against real-site problems. Okay. Down. Okay. So a paradigm shift in traditional practices is a must. Digitalization to accommodate the digital native generations of students must be integrated. Let me ask you this question. How many times did your child ask you how to use a smartphone? Or how many times did they ask you how to use their iPads, their iPhones? Probably never. How about your father, your mother, your grandparents? How many times did they ask you how to use their smartphones, how to use their computer? They might not even know how to use computers. So what I'm trying to tell you here, the generations now are digital natives. They are born aware of all the different technologies that is available. We don't need to teach them anything about digital technologies. In fact, we are the ones that are required to adapt and accommodate their needs. And through digitalization of engineering education and better preparing the graduates, providing them with enough skills regarding digital skills, they will definitely integrate this in the construction practices and not face the problems that I faced. What are these technologies that we're talking about? Augmented reality, digital twins, blockchains, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all are different technologies that we need to equip our engineering students to be able to use them in their engineering practices. And my focus today is specifically on virtual reality. In one of my concrete structures courses, I divided the students into two groups. A group that was exposed to traditional plans, while another group was exposed to virtual reality. What I did was using Autodesk Revit, a building information modeling tool, I developed a concrete structure made of a ground floor, a first floor, and a second floor, based on the best engineering practices that are currently practiced in Kuwait. I then developed 12 different plans, 2D plans. I then asked the students to conduct a survey, a socio-demographic survey prior to the experiment that included 4 different knowledge-based questions. I asked them about their virtual reality experience. I asked them about their gaming experience and their exposure to 2D plans. And even though 2D plans is something that we use until today, none of the students, or a very small amount of the students, were actually exposed to it. Most of them had extensive experience in gaming, extensive experience in virtual reality, and they were pretty happy to know that virtual reality will be part of their courses. Around 23 students, 11 for the virtual reality and 12 for the 2D, were given the structure. Now, before handing the structure to the students, I have modified the building, creating 12 different mistakes. So these mistakes included structural mistakes, things like a missing footing, things like a missing column, dimensions of the staircase. The staircase had a different dimension. The threads, the risers were inappropriate, so they were unable to actually climb the staircase properly. I had openings that were unnecessary. I had a closed elevator shaft and others. So there was around 12 different mistakes. Students were basically were set in an assessment-like environment, and they were required to identify all mistakes they can within 15 minutes. So they had a time range. It was an assessment-like scenario. Within 15 minutes, they were asked to identify all the mistakes they can. On the other hand, there was a one-to-one virtual reality exposure. So each student under the category of virtual reality was requested to wear the head-mounted display we used the Oculus Quest 2, and we requested them to identify, again, as many structural mistakes as they can for the same structure. So the plans of the 2D looked something like this. That was the traditional method. On the other hand, the exact same plan looked like this in virtual reality. Students were able to freely navigate around the building. This model, by the way, was developed through Autodesk Revit and into a plugin known as Enscape 3D. So students were allowed to walk around the building, identify mistakes. What basically happened, I was next to them recording any mistake that they have identified. So for example, if they see a missing footing, they would say that there is a mistake over here or there. And the results were amazing. For the 2D group, out of the 12 mistakes, they were only able to find an average of 2.45 mistakes out of 12. So around 20% of the actual structural mistakes. In comparison to the VR group that had identified 7.5 mistakes out of 12. So an average of 62%. And improved performance of 40% compared to the 2D students. Not only that, time efficiency. Students exposed to the 2D structural plans took the whole assessment duration, 15 minutes, to identify only 2 mistakes, where the VR virtual reality group were able to identify more mistakes in around 9 minutes. And let me tell you about the motivation. They were highly motivated. The VR group was very, very motivated in comparison to the 2D. Conclude, this is only an exploratory investigation that requires a larger sample size, but initially we can assume that virtual reality has positively influenced students' performance. It was able to reduce the drawing's level of complexity and definitely easy interpretation of concrete structures. Now I can say any student graduating can definitely integrate virtual reality in their structures to be able to understand, interpret the designs, and come up with new solutions. To finalize, I would like to finalize with this quote. It says that education is the only business still debating the usefulness of technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Mohammed, for the presentation. Now could we take questions, please, from the auditorium and then online in that order? Any questions?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Yaman Nisi, a university. It was very interesting what I've just seen and the application of virtual reality. Now, my question is the following. Usually, such projects, such maps that are supposed to be read by engineers require complex, let's say, virtual understanding of how the plan is set. Don't you think that when you start to apply virtual reality, there will be total reliance on that technology, and then students, if they were put in an environment where there is no actual VR for them to read the plans or the maps of the construction, they will be put in a dilemma on the other hand. So
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
Don't you think that relying on VR technology and reading these maps and reading these figures and stuff like that will put the students or the future engineers in a place where they have total reliance on that technology, so that if they go back into any traditional kind of reading of these maps or drawings, they won't be able to do that?
Okay. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
What I believe... Okay. Thank you for the question.
Maybe come back.
Okay. Okay. Actually, what I think is virtual reality will not replace 2D plans, but it will definitely supplement. So for example, fresh graduates that are unable to interpret designs, especially that engineering education do not expose students to a vast number of 2D structural plans. In fact, we're almost very theoretical rather than practical. So exposing students to virtual reality upon graduation will definitely supplement their understanding regarding the 2D plans. So it will definitely not replace, but at least supplement. So for example, let's say a detailed section that is unable to be interpreted using 2D plans, maybe going into the virtual world, trying to identify the problem that is going around here could definitely help in finding different solutions.
So I assume that you are trying to plant this part of a course in your curriculum, or is it only going to be used once they graduate?
No, actually, I am already integrating this in my course.
So you're trying to, push for integrating such practices in similar courses where you can adopt such technology.
Yes. So what I'm doing right now is I'm responsible for concrete structures course. Throughout the course, I'm exposing students to Autodesk Revit rather than AutoCAD, which is a building information modeling tool. Towards the end of the project, I am developing the 2D plans and exposing the students to virtual reality of their end product.
Yeah,
so they are now able to realize the product, their final structure way better.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. I just want to add a comment about an actual VR experience I came across when I took my students to Kuwait Airport, the new terminal. And we have seen the whole building, and it was a great experience to see the whole building. And you can walk around in different levels and you actually see how it's going to look like. And that will replace probably the prototypes where engineers, they do for a building. So in this case, the VR provides an excellent and cost saving. I don't know whether it's going to save a lot of cost, but in fact, in terms of presenting the whole building from inside and outside. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, everybody. Any more questions in the audience? One more question. I think we have time. Yeah.
Appreciate your presentation. But I was curious about augmented reality. I know it was outside of the material that we just discussed, but do you think at some point we will be able to, let's say, wear some glasses and see the structure being presented, overlaid around us? Do you think we're there yet, or is it still behind?
Actually, the second part of my study is to integrate and compare virtual reality with augmented reality. So I've already processed using C#, a programming language, along with a software called Unity to prepare augmented reality and compare how augmented reality would differ from virtual reality. So instead of actually going into the building through the VR, students can actually augment the actual building on a tabletop, for example, and start imagining that it exists over there, looking around. I already have this application and part of my studies. I would be very happy to share it with you guys whenever you like.
Yeah, but I was more thinking for the site engineers. You can go to the site and you can actually see the building, and then you can see, let's say, an overlay of the structure and how it's supposed to be. And then this way you can see if you should expect a mistake or not. So I think that would be very helpful.
Right now, what I have developed as well is through augmented reality. So you simply need an iPad. All you have to do is head to the construction site, point the iPad on the structure, and you will see the final product over there. So you will see the actual facade. So you're simply just hovering the iPad across the different elevations of the building, and you see the actual product by integrating the final plans into the iPad through augmented reality. So I believe this is without glasses, no glasses, just an iPad.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
iPad. Thanks, Anthony. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so, yep, round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so our next presentation, please may I introduce Dr. Rana and Dr. Meneshka. Okay, apologies if I said that wrong. They are presenting a paper entitled Health Information Systems, the Use of an Electronic prescription, and attitudes of healthcare professionals. So, guys, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Especially, first off, thank you very much for great organization and also university and for team. Thank you very much. My name is Menekşe Kılıçarslan. I am an assistant professor and I work in Topkapı University in Turkey. And before, especially my area of expertise is health manager. And before becoming an academic, I was a hospital administrator for 3 years. And special marketing, Yapı Kredi or Eczacıbaşı and VR company I work. And I especially in lean health and provided country service in health industry and my country. As a trainer, I am running in the digital transformation project in health. As a result, our country has made a rapid translation in health since 202. This technological change, which started at the same time as the whole world, is our more advanced than my countries in the world. Because my country very rapidly, our country catching. And this is my presentation is very important in the other countries. And this presentation is Mrs. Rana. And thank you very much. After that, results I will come.
Hello. My name is Rana Özgür Kaptanoğlu. My name is Arabic, but just I did know this word, Arabic language. My father was Arabic language teacher, and he gave me his name. I'm assistant professor at the Istanbul Topkapı University, Management Information System Department. My expert area is management, not information, only management. And I am color and energy expert, my second job, about color psychology. And we have a project. We are a good team, and we come together this area. And color, bioenergy, and prey combines. And we want to energy goes past the energy the other people's. Yes, world is changing, and we must changing too, because if we don't change, we will die like dinosaurs. Dinosaurs is big animals, but everyone is dying. Development is information technology in the world enable faster decisions to make in the field of health. For this reason, in order for health institutions to benefit from the developments in health. In 1904, in Turkey, health system started to changing and very fast changing. One of these users is health as a health information technologies. New current health use using communication technologies cannot gain meaning. A health concept, informatics in the delivery of healthcare service, technologies, web-enabled operations, advanced networking, and management information systems. The aim of this study is to examine, determine whether a prescription facilitates their work, prevents best, increases the quality of service provided to patients, and a presentation to reveal how adequate they find this application. Informatics is making progress in every aspect of our lives. One of these areas is health, health information technologies, also called a health. This means that the developments of new communication technologies are used in the health sector. Along with informatics in health, patients' records have started to be recorded in electronic media. The drugs that patients have used before can be easily accessed. Digital imaging systems are developing and physicians are able to make a more accurate and precise diagnosis. Information about patients is stored electronically for a long time, and long patients' queues in hospitals are becoming a thing of the past with the online appointment system. A health concept, it is expressed as the use of information technologies that completely process advanced network communication and management information system. A prescription, it can be defined as the ability to write, store, and transfer the data right in the prescription electronically. Usually, we resist new process and new systems and new everywhere because although we know that that the new system is easier, we do not want to give up our habits. These results same like this verse sentence. A prescription, it can minimize this process experienced in the printed prescription in the electronic environment. It has advantages such as the advantages of being developed in the electronic environment, fast service and providing an infrastructure for studies that prevent unnecessary drug use. Thanks to the e-prescription, it is possible to control all areas that cannot be controlled in the printed receipt. In the research, a literature study was conducted on studies conducted in our country and abroad on e-prescription application within the scope of health information systems. The sample of the study consists of 368 healthcare professionals working in the field of surgery and in the X state hospital. A questionnaire adapted by Aslan was used in the research. Informatics in health day-by-day weakness have been developed. Thanks to informatics in health, physicians can make accurate diagnosis and diagnosis made easier. Patients have started to be served faster. The quality of service to patients has increased a prescription within the scope of informatics in health. It's the development. Results, I said that we resist our new technology and process. When we go in Turkey, different hospitals, we have a project about digital information system. If hospital has a new technology, staffs don't want to use it because they don't want to leave their habits. And these results, same theoretical experiments. I don't read the step by step because you can read it, you know. But generally, it's there have a big resist all new technologies. You can see the results. These results, we think about this, not really results, because sometimes, I don't know, anyone medical doctor in here, maybe answers can be not real, you know. Yes. I saw a smartphone when I was a child and hologram monitor, you know, just Star Wars, kind of Mr. Sparks. I am 45. And technology is very, very changing, rapidly changing. Bilim kurgu. And in America, National Geographic Museum, Human of History at 125,000 years. Thousands of years humans, people, and thousands, 50 years people. Which one is smart, you know? 102,000 years people, 50 years people. Which one is smart? No one can make believe that. I think technology,
Two minutes.
accelerated. Yes.
2 minutes, okay.
Yes. But destroyed and destruction in same periods. It writes it the Quran, you know. Yes, our study is here. I think we can talk this. It's not
result. The world is change, and we catch this technology, and very important for health, because digital technology in very rapid technology health, and we must catch this technology, and we didn't mistake in health because after died. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. We are came Turkey, and we are very exciting. Your country is very beautiful, and thank you very much for Mr. Assistant, Mr. Professor Alper Ertürk. Yes. Thank you very much. This is my assistant professor.
Our father.
Professor. Yes. Thank you very much. Your university is very, very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Okay, so we have a little bit of extra time for the Q&A. Any questions from the audience online? I can't see any online. Anything from the audience? Yeah, we have a gentleman here.
Thank you both for that. Could I ask you about how the technology is changing the identification of patients, because that also is so important in the e-prescription process?
Yes. Article technology is very important health, because
why are they this smart? We don't know.
Article technology in health, because very, very important for the diet. No, don't diet. Okay.
Okay. We have a few more minutes. I was just wondering which digital tool or technology has evolved most in recent years in healthcare? In your opinion?
Next,
yes,
question is
article technology.
Article
technology.
We are sorry about this, our language, English language, but not bad, yeah? Not bad.
Yes.
We can talk this, yeah?
I can understand, but I don't speak.
Yes, I can understand, but I don't speak it.
Yes, thank you
I
very
can
much.
speak. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please. Yep. Okay, so our final presentation is by our very own Dr. Phelan, and his paper is entitled "Investigating the Factors Which Determine the Adoption of Mobile Banking Apps by Youth: The Case of Kuwait and Serbia." So, Phelan, ready when you are ready.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard. Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Phelan Theophanidis. I'm an associate professor at College of Business, Australian University, at the Australian University. Today I'm going to present to you the topic titled Investigating the Factors Which Determine the Adoption of Mobile Banking Apps by Youth, the case of Kuwait and Serbia. Now I'm going to first begin with the etymology of the word bank. Did you know that the word bank is of Greek origin? It comes from the Greek word pagos, and pagos in Greek means a flat, elevated, wooden water surface, such as a table or a counter. You can find many pagos in ancient Greek markets where the merchants used those pagos, those tables, to conduct their economic transactions. The Italians took it from the Greek pagos, they made it banco, and the French made it bank, and finally the English have the word bank. I'm not here. All good? I'm good. Okay, thank you. Is to determine the factors that have an impact on the intention to use adoption mobile banking applications. So we have two specific research objectives. The first one is to identify the main factors that will lead to the adoption of mobile banking technologies by youth. And the second research objective refers to a longitudinal comparative study between Serbia and Greece with the idea to identify differences regarding those key predictors of adoption of mobile banking technologies. Now, let me give you some background information about the topic. First of all, during the fourth industrial revolution, and the fourth industrial revolution refers to the internet and renewable energy revolution, which began in 2000, almost every industry was digitally transformed, including the banking sector. As a matter of fact, the banks, since the 1960s, they started to use personal computers during the production processes and operations, mainly for record-keeping purposes. So in general, banks like to adopt technology very quickly. Now, during this process of digital transformation, the focus of analysis is on, number one, better trying to understand consumer needs, then try to improve the customer experience when the customer is interacting with those mobile banking technologies, and finally, try to provide better personalized banking services. The research question is, are customers willing to adopt digital banking services? Because usually, when it's about money, you might prefer to go to a branch to see with whom you are dealing. So basically, we are talking from moving from a high contact service to a low contact service. The research focus is university students. Why we selected university students? Because they are first-time users, and in marketing is well known the importance of first-time students in terms of building loyalty and in terms of trying to make them your future customers. Of course, because of student scholarships, student loans, and eventually, when those students get employed, they will have their salaries, and hopefully they will deposit those salaries in the banks. Potential areas for investment from the side of the bank. First of all, banks could use cloud technologies, could invest money on developing cryptographic technologies, data analytics, artificial intelligence, identification software based on biometrics, such as voice recognition, facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, and of course, robo-assistants and advisors for financial consultancy. And finally, our topic, mobile technology, which is very, very important because consumers can 24 hours, 7 days per day, can get access to their bank and conduct certain banking transactions. From a marketing perspective, changing individuals' habits in carrying out banking activities seems to be the challenge, because we need to see how we can switch them from the traditional visit to the branch to using those banking electronic technologies. Now, in terms of the theoretical background, we used 8 constructs in our study. All those constructs were taken directly from the literature review and were tested for internal consistency by calculating Cronbach A. All of them had a Cronbach of A 0.7 and above. Very quickly, I'm going to read the constructs. The first 7 refers to the predictors or the independent constructs, and the last one is the dependent construct. Perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, perceived risk, social influence, personal innovativeness, environmental awareness, and attitude towards mobile banking. These are the 7 independent constructs. And the last one is the intention to use mobile banking. This is the dependent construct. So we have here our research framework. Initially, we conducted confirmatory factor analysis to confirm measurement theory about using those 7 constructs, which I mentioned previously. Then we created factor scores, which we inputted those factor scores into 2 regression models, one model for Kuwait and one model for Serbia. The dependent variable was the intention to use mobile banking. That was the second phase that we computed those 2 regression models. And finally, we used t-tests in order to measure statistical significant differences between the means from the Kuwaiti and the Serbian sample on selected variables. In terms of the methodology, we used a descriptive and causal research design. The sampling method was a convenience sample. The sample size was 900 university students, 450 from Kuwait, 450 from Serbia. Basically, we are referring to non-users of mobile technology, since our topic refers to adoption of mobile banking technologies. We measured gender, age, and nationality for our demographic variables, and we used an online data collection method in order to collect the data. The 3 phases were explained just previously. So I have to tell you that we are still collecting data. So far we managed to collect 51 responses from Kuwait and 31 responses from Serbia. The first question was if they heard about mobile banking, and 7.8% from Kuwaiti students stressed that they didn't ever heard about mobile banking applications. The similar number for the Serbian sample was 0%. In terms of using mobile banking, we can see here that 21.6% of Kuwaiti students do not use mobile banking technologies, and the relative number from the Serbian sample is 25.8. Now, for the next constructs, we try to identify statistical significant differences between the responses of Kuwaiti students and Serbian students by using t-tests, independent samples t-tests. Now, the results are preliminary, and if you can check the last column, you will see that there is no statistical significant difference, but this definitely might change because we have a sample of 82 students, and our objective is to collect 900 questionnaires from both countries. But just to give an insight about some differences, which might not be statistically significant, but still there are differences. In terms of perceived usefulness, the mean is 3.95 for Kuwait and 3.9 for Serbia. No big difference. The same is for ease of use. Now, in terms of risk, measured on a scale from 5 high risk, 1 low risk, we can see here some difference. For example, Kuwaiti average is 3.49, while the Serbian average is less, 2.85. This indicates that Kuwaitis perceive the usage of mobile banking applications more risky compared to the Serbian sample. Again, in terms of social influence, and personal innovativeness, we don't have many differences. Now, in terms of environmental awareness, which is measured on a scale from 5, very high, 1, low, we can tell that the Serbian sample has a higher mean, 4.25, compared to the Kuwaiti sample, which has a mean of 3.91. Again, we can conclude, although there is no statistical significant difference based on the t-test, but still, based on discrete statistics, we can see some difference in terms of Serbian being more environmentally aware about the benefits of mobile banking. Now, the Serbian sample has a more positive attitude towards the Kuwaiti respondents, and also the Serbian students with a mean of 4.09 have a higher intention to use mobile banking compared to a lower mean for the Kuwaiti sample, which is 3.61. Now, in terms of conclusion, the results of this research will be useful for understanding the impact of the studied factors, all those 8 constructs that we just analyzed on mobile banking application. The results will help banks better understand the driving factors for youth, start using their cutting-edge services, identify critical areas of improvement, and enhance their digital marketing strategies and marketing mix. Just to give you an example, imagine you are an advertiser at a bank in Kuwait, and based on these, of course, preliminary results, you want to create an ad, a TV commercial, a print commercial, anything, about the adoption of mobile banking. In other words, trying to stimulate, try to increase the demand of people to use mobile banking technologies. It will be a good idea to stress in your ad that the mobile banking technologies are very, very safe. Why? Because Kuwaitis seem to be concerned compared to the Serbian sample. Another implication for the Serbian market could be, based on the results, we see that Serbs are more environmentally aware. So when you create an ad for the Serbian market, you could definitely stress the importance of using mobile banking technologies because you respect the environment. So we can have some very interesting implications in terms of developing the marketing mix or the promotional mix or advertising messages. Finally, a comparison of the empirical findings between Kuwaiti and Serbian will provide insights into the differences between those 2 countries in terms of the willingness to adopt mobile banking applications. And we could definitely use the diverse cultural contexts of these countries or the macro environmental different variables between the 2 countries in order to explain why these differences occur. These are our references. Before I finish my presentation, I would like to personally thank Dr. Vladimir Simovic and Ms. Maria Antonisevic, who are our Serbian partners and are conducting the survey in Serbia. Thank you very much, and I'm welcoming your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Faydon. Very interesting piece of research. So, yeah, any questions? Same system? Yeah, Sam.
Thank you, Faydon, for this interesting presentation, especially the variables that you have chosen, which comes part of our study that we're going to talk about. But what attracted my attention, the personal innovativeness. Could you elaborate what do you mean by that? Because you talk about mobile use, and these features are usually in the mobile itself. So what is meant? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Personal innovativeness means if the person, the consumer, in our case, the student, is willing to be innovative, is willing to adapt new technologies, is open to new technologies, is not a traditionally oriented person. He has, the ability and the will to engage with new mobile technologies. So this is the meaning.
Thanks, Sam. Any other questions? Anything from the audience? Okay, so Fedon, I was just thinking as you were presenting, why Kuwait and Serbia as the sample?
Why Kuwait and Serbia is the sample? That's an interesting question. Well, we wanted to select, Dr. Richard, two significantly different countries, not only in terms of the culture, but also in terms of specific macroeconomic variables. For example, Kuwait has a very low unemployment rate of 3.5%, while Serbia has a higher unemployment rate of approximately 10%. Also, the internet access in Kuwait is excellent, almost 99%, compared to a Serbian mean of very low, 65 to 70%. If we also want to consider GDP per capita, then again, we are talking about a very rich country with a much poorer country. So all those parameters could be used as explanatory variables to explain basically the differences between those two countries. That's why we selected those two countries.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Fedon. Okay, so we have one online question. Go ahead. Melina, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was wondering, would you consider including some other factors maybe in the analysis? And what is your opinion? What other factors can be important in your interpretation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Well, based on literature review, we identified the most significant factors. And these 7 constructs, which we used as independent variables, are the most convenient, are the most important factors. Also, we took into consideration a big majority of technologically adoption models. But again, you know, we decided to focus on those because those are the constructs which appear more in the literature review. Of course, if you start to open, you can see many different other parameters, especially I remember one model had 45 different constructs, but then things start to get complicated. So that's why we tended to select the most highly used constructs. Thank you.
Okay, so 1 minute. Any further questions? I think you've covered everything, Fedon. Well done. Okay, so thanks, Fedon.
My pleasure, Dr. Richard. My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, so that finishes this session. Thanks again to all of our speakers and their presentations. This session is now closed. There's 2 more sessions after this. The next parallel session is Digital Transformation of Markets. This will be chaired by Dr. Myrna. Which is in this room in the auditorium, and the other session is digital transformation across industries. So an extension of this session, and it will be chaired by Dr. Vladimir in the classroom in the F building. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience, and specifically to enjoy the series of presentations which are under the topic of digital transformation and markets. May I please remind our next speakers that you've got 15 minutes for the presentations, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A. After 10 minutes, I'll kindly remind you that 5 minutes is left out of your presentation as well. With great pleasure, allow me to welcome Professor Steve Hall from Central Queensland University, Australia, addressing the topic of shortening disruptive supply chains through the use of 3D printing innovation. Professor Steve Hall, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. In Australia, we normally start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands, our Indigenous population. But here I'll just start by mentioning that all protocols are observed, which is a way of not upsetting anyone. I thought I'd take a little time, though, just to give some context to the presentation, because why shorten supply chains? Well, firstly, Australia. I can just touch screen. Thank you. Australia, of course, is a long way from anywhere, and I'll come to that in a moment. But if we look at the country's exports, and I've gone back pre-COVID, back to 2019, we can see that we are very much dominated by energy production and by metals and minerals. And if you go down that list, you come also to beef. Of course, we're a major agricultural commodity exporting country. And where I'm based in Rockhampton is actually known as the beef capital of Australia, breeding, raising, and processing beef. The fourth one on the list reflects our importance, or the importance to us, of international education. And this was severely disrupted through the COVID pandemic, when for 2 years or so, we saw no new arrivals of international students. The other industries continue on, and we will just look at those briefly in a moment. But some similarities and many supply chain differences. I mentioned I'm based in central Queensland, based in Rockhampton, and that is the middle of the red coloured state to the upper right-hand corner of the map. But Queensland is over 2,000 kilometres from north to south. It's an enormous piece of land, has an area of nearly 2 million square kilometres, but a population of a little over 5 million people. And so a density of population of less than 3 people per square mile. Compare that to Kuwait, and of course, it's a much smaller area, but a not dissimilar population, and obviously a much higher density of people. So people is one of our rare resources. We're also fortunate that we are one of the best places in the world for renewable energy, and that becomes important as we decarbonize globally and as we transition our energy production and our energy exports. So central Queensland is one of the best places for solar energy. We have a significant wind energy resource, and those industries are expanding rapidly. And that will be obvious in a moment. So to come to central Queensland, this is a photograph of the port of Gladstone. It's one of the largest and best ports in Australia, and it accounts for this year somewhere around 70 million billion Australian dollars, so 40 or 50 billion US dollars of liquefied natural gas. So that ship is a container taking containers of liquefied natural gas through to the main export markets, likely Japan, South Korea, possibly China, and other parts of the world. And these countries are investing significantly in energy and have done for certainly the past 50 years in central Queensland. Fortunately, most of our coal goes into the steel making industry. It's a different type of coal from that generates power generally. Beef continues to be produced and is in demand. Alumina and aluminium also produced in the city of Gladstone. And coming soon will be hydrogen, green hydrogen. So that renewable energy resource of solar and wind combined with pumped hydro and battery storage will enable huge quantities of hydrogen to supply, as I say, a decarbonized world. And so it's the same customers, it's the same investors, and importantly, as I say, it is green. So I've hopefully demonstrated to you that Australia has a large industry, transport and defence base reliant often on imported manufactured equipment, spare parts and services. These were also dramatically disrupted during the COVID pandemic. And so, as I've indicated, many of the mining and agricultural commodities are generated in regional and remote areas of Australia. So, as we say, things happen, equipment breaks, spare parts may not be available. So what do? Well, you can hold expensive inventory, but where are the warehouses? And that is expensive. Often, the equipment may be 30, 40, 50 years old. It may not still be manufactured. If it is, it's limited availability. So you often will have to repair and make do with what you've got. So asset management and maintenance engineering is another subject we teach at the university, and the graduates are in great demand. As I say, maintaining often billions of dollars of expensive infrastructure. And while they do shut down routinely for preventative maintenance, time is money, and those shutdowns are planned the best they can to make best use of time. Now, an alternative to warehousing of spare parts, of course, would be to manufacture on demand on site. And that's the topic really of the technology of this presentation, and that is the use of 3D printing, particularly of metal and metal alloy components. But you're now faced with a quality question, because if we have the technology to manufacture spare parts on demand, and in preparing for this presentation, I've been told that the Dutch Navy are now putting metal 3D printers onto their ships. Again, the defense industry often may find it needs a spare part in a hurry, but sometimes that hurry is not easy to service from standard supply chains. However, if you're manufacturing on site, you do have issues of warranty, IP, and the original equipment manufacturer, OEMs, want to almost prevent you doing this. But you will be drawing often from a catalogue of software designs to print the spare part you need. Preventative maintenance also now is relying on technology. So we have equipment-based sensors detecting temperature, oil pressure, vibration, that are telling people that maintenance is needed, a spare part needs to be inserted into the equipment. You've still got the supply chain problem. But of course, the data analytics are increasingly international, and we have equipment in mining operations in Africa being monitored from Australia. So the traditional process of manufacturing metal parts is thousands of years old. Casting solid metal pieces goes back millennia. And once you've cast the crude metal, you can cut it, fit it, turn it to the exact size you need, clean it, polish it, and fit it. It's an old industry. It has not changed much, as I said, potentially in thousands of years. So what is the disruption that's taking place? Well, 3D printing has been around for quite some time, but really limited to the use of plastics and composites. So it's been used for prototyping. You can quickly, in your hand, obtain the item or a scale model of the item. And so you can look at the size and shape, but not really the functionality. It doesn't have the strength. It doesn't have the properties of the metal, the alloy, the material that you ultimately want to make it from. And so you have to go back to the conventional production techniques. More recently, however, we've seen the introduction of composite materials, carbon fiber, Kevlar. They're much stronger and sometimes do provide a temporary solution. And often for the defense industry, something is better than nothing. And we have in the university, in fact, partly contributed to supplying small numbers of bespoke spare parts for old equipment for the military. As I say, it's a temporary solution. The picture at the bottom just shows simple 3D plastic printing running from plastic filament elements. And the story I liked best was attending a school in Queensland. I asked them how many printers they had. They said we had 11 and a half. I said, sorry, 11 and a half. They said, yes, we've got 11 and they're printing the parts to make our number 12, but it'll be a few more weeks before they finish. And we actually have 12 3D printers. So yeah, one printer can make the parts of the next. So previously, for about 5 years ago, this didn't exist, and now it's becoming much more affordable. So around 5 years ago, stainless steel, 3D printing. Another number of companies have introduced this, as well as General Electric, that now in fact are a proponent of using their own 3D metal printers to make parts for aviation, where obviously the high quality and reliability is required. And taken from a recent industry online newsletter, they're claiming that 35% reduction in cost from the traditional casting to moving 3D printing technology. So you conduct your design in an appropriate software. It can be now as intricate as you need, honeycomb designs. My friend and colleague Talal Youssef in the keynote address this morning gave an example where the aircraft industry was making the seatbelt buckles in an intricate but lightweight design, retaining the strength. The printer moves and applies metal powders or metal filament to build up a design. The technology we have has a binder which you have to remove through a solvent, and you can sinter to fuse the metal beads together to give added strength and remove porosity. So this requires inert gas, solvents, high temperatures, still not quick or cheap, but the innovations are happening. The technology we have chosen to invest in, Central Queensland Uni, is an innovation out of MIT in the United States, and it has a number of stages, and shown here is a fairly intricate design of an impeller. You have the design, you print it, you wash out the support binder, you sinter it, and you finally have your product. But now, because we are not using solid metal, additive manufacturing, also called 3D printing, we can now go back to nature and use what's called biomimicry, because nature is very efficient at using limited materials to generate strength and design for purpose. It can also be used in the biomedical and dental applications, where again the materials are not just metal. It can be synthetic bone, synthetic teeth, and of course they can be through scanning and software. They can be specific for the individual. You can have specific implants built this way and other products. And again, color is not an option. Your customer can select what you would like to see. Importantly, for the mechanical components, though, we can actually also support them through modeling in sophisticated software. And this is where the education component becomes important, because now students can essentially start to compete for the best design, the most lightweight, the strongest, whatever is the important functionality. And they can be tested again in simulation software before you commit to the cost of 3D printing. And so you can start to introduce innovation, originality, and also competition into students' work. And this is what we're seeing. Before I finish, though, I just want to leave you with the observation that this is not just about metals. Plastics can also be done with cement, concrete, in construction. And here we can also incorporate waste. For example, recycled glass can go into the concrete. So we see the circular economy happening. And this is a Dutch design that is produced through 3D printing technology and can be used as a response to flood and fire, and unfortunately is now being considered in Australia for supplying needed houses following some of our flooding events that have experienced recently and are still taking place. So to conclude,
Professor Steve,
3D printing.
Thank you.
3D printing is disrupting conventional manufacturing and supply chain. Innovations in design and application is needed. The technical skills, while they're needed in the 3D printing operation, are important. And it is very much part of the workforce of the future in how these innovations are brought into society. So we need that education today. As Professor Zabalawi said this morning, we can't wait. We're investing in it. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Steve, for this great informative speech. So let's start with the questions and answers session. I'll take one question from the audience, please.
The first one. Steve, very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I just want to elaborate that OEM, I think,
original equipment manufacturer.
Yeah, exactly. It's a wide market here in Kuwait. But I'm surprised when he said they will take actions or legal actions against 3D printed spare parts, although everybody can buy the original spare part from the main supplier, or he can find an alternative which could be cheaper. So is there or are there any regulations in Australia to stop that?
No, there are not, and it is obviously a concern. But it's, again, as one of the previous speakers mentioned, it's where the law and the regulations really have to catch up with the technology.
But for a country like Australia, it saves a lot of logistics in the supply chain because you can print the spare part on spot.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, to test the spare part to failure, to prove that it is equivalent to what the OEM supplies, statistically requires you to then manufacture several hundred perhaps, which defeats the purpose, as you mentioned, of what you're trying to achieve by manufacturing. So it's a technology that requires a skill base to ensure that it is printed to meet the quality of the OEM product. It's
interesting. Thank you.
It is an interesting part.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sam. Have we got any questions from the audience online? I don't see any. Any other question from the audience?
Hi, Steve. Interesting presentation. I don't know if this is out of the remit of what you've done, but in terms of like mass production, like the winners and the losers in terms of countries, what implications would it have, do you think?
Where the one of the places that it's being taken up at the moment is actually in the maintenance of a lot of expensive built assets, where, as I said, as they go into shutting down a facility, it might be a 40-year-old power station. They're finding the problem is a component that is no longer available. They struggle even to find a design drawings for it. So they're reverting to technology, 3D scanning to give them an approximate shape dimension. They're then having to work with that software to build it back to what it would have looked like when it was new. And then they're 3D printing it to fit it against a tight timeline of a maintenance shutdown. And so something is better than nothing. And no one's going to sue the OEM should it fail. It's a management decision. They wear the responsibility. So those are bespoke one-off production.
So it's more of a bespoke one-off stuff, not for mass production. You can't see it ever.
No, I don't see it being a mass production panacea. But again, a little like when they finish a car, increasingly the color that the customer wants is very much, today's, they've sold 4 of that color the day before, so it is produced the next day to fill that color demand.
Customizations on.
So customization, yes. Mass production at the moment, probably no. But I think the technology will just get faster, more reliable, cheaper. So at some point, the old technology and the old skill set. And we're finding that with the foundry and the casting technologies that I referred to there. In Australia, you can't find the people that have that old skill base. So you perhaps cannot go back to what was the mass production methods of the past.
We got any other questions from the audience? Okay, thank you so much, Professor Steve Hall. Our next speaker is from Gulf University for Science and Technology, Kuwait. With great pleasure, allow me to welcome Mr. Hamad Al-Walzan, addressing the topic of social media effects on e-commerce activities, the case of Kuwait during and post COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Hamad, the stage is yours.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is Hamad Al-Wazan, and I'm senior MBA student at Gulf University for Science and Technology. So before starting, let me tell you more about the story behind this research. It's not like, okay, it's another research regarding the pandemic, so we have plenty of it. I will enhance more in the contribution. So first of all, we're gonna start with the contents, objective. The content's gonna be started with 6 pillars: objective, methodology, result, implication, originality, value, and at the end, I will elaborate more about the contribution. So as a start in social media, we all know that's how effective it is nowadays, especially during the pandemic. And how people transfer all the e-commerce system, they transfer and reach out to the customers through the social media platform to bring some conversion to the original e-commerce. And people and businesses who didn't start with it, they failed at the end, and they cost a lot by having digital transformation later on, as well as the importance of the labor market, especially when we have web development needs, especially in Kuwait, as well as what we lack nowadays in educational sector regarding user interface and user experience. In the design, we lack this kind of majors, which is help to enhance the bigger umbrella, the CX, the consumer experience as all. So to elaborate more about the user interface is whatever you see in front of you as a look and feel when it comes to an e-commerce, the cart, then linking it to the gateway system. So these kind of 2 majors, that might be another research that have a potential on it by focusing on the importance of these 2 majors to have them in Kuwait because of the rapidly growth of the e-commerce. So in this research, I'm going to focus on the relationship between accessibility to social media platform and its effect on e-commerce usage in Kuwait and how it's going to be effective on the supply chain or might be disruptive to the supply chain sequence, because we noticed during the pandemic that some wholesales and distributors communicate directly to the consumer. So, and some consumer used to have this kind of pattern later on by contacting the wholesale directly and skipping the retail. And what is the cause behind that is due to the shortage in the convenience store during the pandemic. So people now, especially the senior and the household families, are taking the approach of contacting the wholesale directly for their certain favorite product. And the main question going to be, how does this social media affect individuals' e-commerce purchasing behavior? The methodology is going to be online quantitative survey to have generalizability, and the favorite approach for everyone is going to be the 5 Likert scale for this questionnaire. The type of sampling, it's going to be probability random sampling, and the access to this respond by having the snowball effect. The target audience gonna be the Kuwaiti males and females who hold a bank account, 18 plus. And this is subjective. That might, in contribution, I will elaborate more. That might be the target audience for this questionnaire can be different. The response, of course, is going to be larger than 300 response, just to have more valuable and reliable results as a sample versus the population, to be more coefficient correlated. So result data is under process, and the estimating finding that if, even in the senior residents are involved in engaging online platform, meaning the business owner have a chance to reach out to a significant audience. By addressing this, it's very important to inform that some businesses that have to reach directly through the social media, and they have to be more sophisticated when it comes to design any platform in e-commerce, because most of the distributors nowadays and the wholesalers, they don't care about their presence or their presence on the e-commerce. It's more into B2B rather than B2C. So it's very important now as a chance to consider the B2C as a part of the e-commerce platform or as a part of each business website. The expected research outputs, hopefully it's going to be a conference paper and journal article. The implication is going to be under two scopes, the theoretical part, the importance that the social media nowadays is leading on how we're going to design the e-commerce rather than vice versa, because the classical approach was how to create a website, then implementing all the channels and the look and feel and the design and consolidating it through the social media. But nowadays, no, because the generation now, the people now in this era of technology and social media growth, they are more visual sophisticated. So you have to interact with these kind of visuality and be more precise and more engaging when it's come to visual communication. And on the practical side, as I mentioned, show the importance of social media platform and engaging with individual and converting them into customers. This is the beauty of social media. And now most of the marketeers are becoming more quantitative than qualitative. The offline media, it's more qualitative. You need it, yes, but for a certain segment and very expensive. While the ROI is going to be precisely effective when it's come to a quantitative research by leading, by having a conversion rate and impression that's lead to conversion. And this kind of conversion, you will have a precise number of how to approach to your customer. And also, these numbers will be justifiable for the senior management if you would like to approach from a business perspective. And the originality value, the effect on social media and e-commerce during and post-pandemic, it's under research. Here, I'm addressing that it's going to be under studies, especially post-pandemic, because we didn't have a lot of research that focuses on the post-pandemic as a consumer behavior pattern, because we have this kind of perception ideologically that everything gets back to normal, why it's not. So it's very important to see the consequences of the pandemic based on the consumer behavior, and the companies from the business side, they have to consider this as an opportunity to attract people. Contribution. In the contribution, this research extends existing knowledge by showing e-commerce entrepreneurs the change in the consumer behavior pattern, as I mentioned, especially post-pandemic, and that might change and disrupt the supply chain management by skipping the retail part and going directly to the wholesale and distributor. And in this, I would like to elaborate one thing, that I might change my target audience from individual Kuwaitis to mass big family from 5 to 6 as a scale, just to know, because they are more engaging with the wholesale directly. We have 2 examples here in Kuwait: Mizan Holding, the distributor of plenty of product, Al Ghanim as well. Al Ghanim, interestingly, during the pandemic, they create a platform, an e-commerce platform, to purchase from their product, let's say Galaxy and Colgate and so on. They were the distributor here in Kuwait. On the contrary, on the other side, Mizan Holding, the distributor of Johnson & Johnson, and many other rice and inferior good products. So these are very important elements for the businesses, especially the wholesale and the big families and the household units family, that who are approaching any products directly. For example, instead of going to a fish market, they talk to the wholesaler or the distributor of a certain fish by WhatsApp. And we always, in this generation, ignoring the WhatsApp as a business medium to interact. It's not for only a customer relation thing or integrated it with the CRM and the customer's call center. It's more than that. It's more effective, especially with the senior and who have a big family. These are the references. And I hope it was short, to the point. So please, if there's any question, feel free to ask me. And it's very valuable to have your feedback so I can further enhance this research. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Hamad, for this great informative session. Let's start the Q&A and take a question from the audience. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hamad, for the nice presentation. I enjoyed listening to the facts, which were very practical. I do have this question in mind. As e-commerce, you mentioned at some point, is dominated by social media. And many businesses in Kuwait and also outside Kuwait are dependent on social media for their marketing. So what do you think, after your research, do you think the traditional methods of marketing will fade away, or will they evolve around social media?
In my opinion, it's have to be diversity between online and offline is very important. However, to increase the potential of spending on online marketing, it would be more quantitative than qualitative, because in the billboard and outside and the offline media, it's going to be quietly expensive, yet the conversion rate is very subjective. While you can see on online and social media, the conversion to the website, if you have a smooth transition between your social media and it's integrated very well to the website, let's take it as a consumer journey, as a CX, as I mentioned it earlier. If you you like a product on social media, it's sponsored, based on the algorithm, let's take you there. Then visit the website. You visit, it will take you, if it's integrated very smoothly and friendly using, you will go to the product description, and it have to be mobile web version friendly, because you are in the same platform of having it in the social media. Your access in social media is going to be through mobile rather than desktop. This is a very important point, because most of the businesses, because they are sitting on their laptops or desktop, they think this is the design that they should be using, while it's have to be more invested in the mobile versions and later on the application. So we will take you to the product page. You like it, insert, then to the cart. Then after the cart, you go and purchase this product with a seamless gateway. And also, I would like to mention that in Kuwait government and Central Bank of Kuwait, they have very effectively enhanced the number of payment service provider, such as Tab, MyFatura, and other effective gateway. And all these are collaborative with the SMEs. It's now just a plug and play process. And all of this in the back end, the managers and the business owners will see all the conversion directly and where to spend on which medium in the social media. So I think there is a big potential, but the only thing is about the consumer adaptation, especially with the senior people, how to adapt this. The best way to adapt this is through social media medium platform, which is WhatsApp. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Hamad. Our third speaker in this series of sessions is from the Australian University, Kuwait, with the topic of digital functions on aircraft engineering with respect to human factors principles, challenges ranging from manufacturers to payload. Engineer Christoforos Pasialakis, welcome. The stage is yours.
Esteemed VIP guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, on behalf of School of Aviation of Australian University, I welcome you to the International Conference about Digital Transformation. My speech is about digital function on aircraft engineering with respect to human factor principles, challenges ranging from manufacturers to payload. To the work with the term payload, in aviation we mean either humans or cargo or livestock, animals for example, or a combination of all these three. All right. Modern aircrafts, engineering marvels, most impressive engineering machines ever made by mankind. Aircraft incorporate state-of-the-art technology in all aspects of air engineering, ranging from design, manufacturing, production, air operations, maintenance, and technical training. Digitization plays a key role since nowadays this fine balanced machine could not fly if digitization was absent. Digitization on aircraft engineering, defined as the process of converting information to digital format, meaning computer readable. Digitized data are formatted in binary numbers, facilitating mainly computer processing. By converting analog source information to numerical format, and then they can be stored, they can be transmission, as well they can be intermingled. On the other hand, human factors, as a definition, although it seems unrelated to engineering, it is highly related. Principles which apply to aircraft design, engineering operations, maintenance and training, seeking a safe interface between the humans and other aviation conceptual systems by proper consideration to human performance and limitations for the purpose of minimizing human errors that lead to incidents and accidents. On the basis of what? On the basis of human error is not the cause of an incident or accident. The cause is to be found to whatever interfered with the human performance at a critical point, the outcome of which is the human error. the need for understanding and addressing human factors in aviation become necessary when worldwide statistical facts demonstrated that despite the huge technological aviation evolution that resulted in the decrease of human causes, human errors appear to increase. So a paradox was occurring at that times. Researchers find out that a series of factors affect the human to make mistakes and errors, and limited them to 12 most dangerous, the so-called the dirty dozen. Poor communication, complacency, lack of knowledge, distraction, stress, lack of resources, pressure, lack of teamwork, loss of awareness, accepting norms in a bad manner, fatigue, and lack of assertiveness. So, archive principles mandate and refer to the acquiring knowledge and skills by initial and refresh training. Errors occur to human nature, hence they have to be calculated, they have to be managed in a proactive manner. Development and application of human error capturing methods and their mitigation and minimization has to be applied. Work auditing for finding potential errors, their root causes, and determining their rectification. Implementation of the human factor shell model at work in consideration of the human performance. So the human factor shell model of interaction in aircraft engineering concentrate an interface between the human, the L liveware in the center of the model, and the other elements of the cell from a safety point of view. Management, software, hardware, environment, and liveware as teams, people around the individual. As a result, good performance of engineering is ensured when all these missing elements are being restored, resulting in human errors minimization, capturing, managing, and minimizing, hence avoiding incidents and accidents. And then came artificial intelligence, which is defined as the simulation of the human intelligence in machines in terms of learning, reasoning, and perception. Artificial intelligence refers to system machines that they actually mimic human intelligence to perform tasks based on information they collect and they can process. When combined, that's the most important, with human factor principles, then once it's being, I'm sorry, I don't know why this is happening. Yes. Then resulting to safe performance of the systems, and human role is minimized to the governance of all these systems only. Now, let's see that on various aircraft engineering domains. Manufacturing, digital models of aircraft static and dynamic loads, plus computational aerodynamic loading behavior, enable artificial intelligence software to produce safe life or fail-safe aircraft structures that they have a statistically predefined failure occurrence of -9 to -12 to -10 of -16, which is an astonishing number. Also, to run full-scale structural fatigue tests, simulating accumulated stresses on aircraft in the same manner that they would have been subjected after thousands of real flight hours. The huge workload is carried out by digitized platforms based on artificial software, simulating and predicting and eliminating human design errors that could result to hull failures and losses. In these two pictures, what we see on the upper picture is the pressure distribution over a wing. The more the color, the more the pressure. So engineers now can reinforce the structure beneath the skin accordingly. And on the lower picture, we see the so-called in aviation, the torture chamber. That aircraft is never going to fly. It's going to live there for 3, 5, 7 years, where various loads will be applied on that, on every possible manner and way, like stress, tension, torsion, hoop stress, in order to predict weakness in the structure and failures. Another domain where artificial intelligence is dominant is IMA, Integrated Modular Avionics. Today on aircraft, IMA, all the units, all the avionics units, avionics cabs from the world, aviation, electronics, avionics, are digitized applications. Aircraft systems like pneumatic, air conditioning, cockpit, flight controls, data link, fuel, are applications hosted on computers, the so-called avionics world. Then these modules, these computers dialogue, speak to each other through an avionics data communication network, servicing as supplier of shared avionic resources. Two firewalls protect avionics world against malicious data coming from the so-called open world, which is normally flight operation data, communication data, and cabin applications. The outcome is that computers exchange enormous operational and maintenance data with embedded artificial intelligence characteristics, maximizing efficiency, flight safety, and eliminating human errors. Before the computers, before the IMA systems, humans manually were selecting the various modes with whatever this implicates. And then we have the artificial intelligence cabin communication systems. Pilots have to speak with the passengers, addressing the passenger, addressing the cabin crew. Passenger wants to look at the in-flight entertainment systems. Artificial intelligence protocols mandate that in such way they prioritize depending the aircraft is flying under normal operational condition, abnormal operational condition, example storm, or even emergency conditions. Again, computers prioritize who's going to speak with whom, what kind of public address is going to be done. In terms of safety, TCAAS, the Traffic Control Avoidance System. Onboard computers collect traffic data from satellites. Satellites, ground station, and aircraft, and they see which aircraft is threatening another one. Once an aircraft is entering a warning zone, then the computers of the aircraft speak to each other, and at the end, they issue a resolution advisory by speaking to both crews, saying to one plane, ascend, saying to the other plane, descend, or level off. And all these information for the human factor principles reasons are being only monitored in one single indicator in the pilot cockpit, minimizing his workload on that safety issue. PADEC, the aero engine's brain. It's actually a brain, it's a computer, but it's a brain. Full authority, digital engine control, provides a variety of inputs, converted analog and digital engine signals from all engine segments like flow, pressure, speed, temperature, vibration, mechanical settings, process them and provides a single output to the mode of thrust leveling, but under one only human interaction. Pilot's hand on the thrust lever. In terms of maintenance, hangar became smart hangars. Artificial intelligent aircraft maintenance hangar, where systems, malfunction, defects, and outputs of lots of other engineering data are being transmitted by the aircraft itself for maintenance planning. Application on handheld by the engineers, tablets, support the planning decision. The application access repair information, communicate with the back office inspector, record damages in 3D images, aircraft technical log data are being downloaded automatically, taken in account, resulting to an effective maintenance, governed and approved by the human engineer in charge. And the result is CRS. CRS is the aviation term for aircraft certification release to service, meaning aircraft is now capable again to flight safety. Via what? Artificial intelligence onboard maintenance systems. So all these onboard maintenance systems, like the central maintenance system, like the aircraft condition monitoring system, data loading information, and the electronic logbook, after maintenance is being done, will result to the decision of the CRS, certify the aircraft for further release. So where's the human? All these are being done by computers. Bottom right, the airman over there. He is the governor of all this system. And then the bots came, robots. Robots that enter the engines, find cracks and repair, robots that scan the fuselage and perform composite repairs, and the human inspector simply verifies the work well done. They measure cracks, they decide whether it's repairable or not. And also digitization affected the NDI and NDT techniques. NDI and NDT are techniques that require minimum to none disassembly of the aircraft. So now bots detect cracks inside combustor engines, perform borescope inspection, provide digital 3D images of the damages, and provide accurate approve or repair criteria of the component under inspection. Last but not least, technical training, AR, VR, augmented virtual reality training system. Under the academic principle learning by doing, an electronic aircraft is coming in the classroom where trainees can look through, disassemble, reassemble, troubleshoot all aircraft system, wearing specialized equipment like e-goggles, e-gloves, e-tools, and maintenance data are available on the screens.
Engineer,
software.
We need to wrap up, please.
Yes, I'm finished. I'm on the conclusion. Generate same condition on a live operating aircraft. Sorry, we missed one. Conclusion. Instead of epilogue, one picture, 1,000 words. It's the same aircraft cockpit. Initial aircraft production series, last aircraft production series. 2 flight crew, 1 flight engineer, tremendous workload, absence of human factors. Last aircraft production series, 2 flight engineers, 0 engineers are replaced by computers, managing the same thing, aircraft systems, governed by ground engineer, moderate workload, presence of human factors. Thank you very much. I remain at your disposal for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Engineer Christoforos Passialakos. Yes, Dr. Fiden, the first question from the audience, please.
I saw during your presentation that you emphasized a lot on the human error. Also, I saw you praising artificial intelligence and, intelligent machines. Do you believe that in the future, machines, intelligent machines, can replace the human factor in aircraft engineering?
Very interesting question. Actually, Dr. Fedon, you have placed one of the most critical dilemma in aviation world. Will be the future of aviation be autonomous? Autonomous means no human interaction. Don't misunderstand it with drones. That's unmanned aerial vehicles controlled somewhere in the ground. Autonomous means like we have computers instead of pilots, computers instead of engineers. So it's the dilemma of the aviation world where the technology should be headed. My personal opinion that is being shared with many engineering forums, many operational forums, is that no computer will ever substitute the human brilliance. Why? Because if you remember, you recall the definition, it says artificial intelligence mimic. They cannot be brilliant. To prove that, I'll give you a number. 4/11, 1978. What's this? It's an old number, but it's very popular even nowadays. 4/11 is the flight of a huge 747. 1978, it flew all over Athens after takeoff, scraping and grinding the antennas on top of the buildings. It lost the engine. Systems failed out. The aircraft was about to crash a few feet above the ground without any luck. This is what the system says. The brilliant mind of the pilot, Civis Migavis, did the opposite. Violated every protocol, every engineering, every flight process, and saved the aircraft. Aircraft returned safely, saving around 400 people. Still today, Boeing, the manufacturer, teaches that and embeds the lesson learned, because they were recorded by the flight data, of the human brilliance in all artificial intelligence engineering of today's Boeing aircraft.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the online attendees? All right. Thank you so much for your great presentation. Dear speakers, thank you so much for honoring us with your presentations. The next series of sessions are under the title of Skills and Competencies for Digital Transformation, moderated by my colleague, Dr. Muath Abdelkader. Thank you once again, and please enjoy the remaining part of this conference. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Ani. Number there. Mirna. Number 10. Number 10, Ani. Yeah.
Hello.
That's why you said okay. Ani.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our session number 5. This session is entitled as the Skills and Competences for Digital Transformation. As we all know that digital transformation became a necessity now. So I think that exploring the skills and competences that are needed to better utilize and benefit digital transformation is essential. So for this session, we will have 3 presentations that talk about such an issue. Before we start with the presentations, please, I just want to kindly remind our presenters that you have 15 minutes for the presentation. I will remind you for the 10th minute that you have 5 minutes left. So let's start our presentation with Dr. Jelena Stojanovic from Alpha BK University in Serbia. Dr. Jelena will talk about how the implementation of ICT in teaching math courses will be helpful for students and for the learning process. So Dr. Jelena, whenever you are ready, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope that everyone are well today. And today I will speak about assessment of student motivation and achievements by introducing ICT in mathematics techniques process. I did this work with my colleagues Snežana Gavrilović and Nebojša Denić, again, my colleague from faculty in Koška Mitrovica. Snežana is from college in Trstenik. The rapid development of ACT has caused many changes in society and consequences in the education process. The results of the presenter survey showed that application of ICT in the teaching strengthens student motivation. Just a second. I think, yes, just to take control, I'm sorry to change the presentation. Objective. The integration of ACT into the teaching process transforms traditional teaching into a new teaching that is ready to respond to the demands and needs of the contemporary learning in order to increase the quality of education, better student motivation, use of different sources of knowledge, development on functional abilities of students, and the goal of everything is to increase the learning outcome. In this paper, as an assessment of the motivation and achievement of two groups of students were carried out. The control group and the experimental group attended classes in traditional way by using ICT respectively. But in this research, three departments of the second grade was included, of secondary technical school and gymnasium, and from territorially distant destination took part in the experimental group. The other classes were the control group, namely students of the electrical engineering profession of the technical school Trstenik and the technical school Mladenovac, as well students of 6th Belgrade Gymnasium took the part. The students adopted new knowledge in 3 stations. At the first station, they listened in the classroom in traditional way. On a PowerPoint presentation were used in the second station, and the simulation of mathematical software were used in the third station. After that, the students independently designed the school hours with the same teaching unit and held a lecture to the students of the other 2 schools through Skype, of course. Control classes of the same grade in all 3 schools attended classes in traditional way. After that, the teachers tested and compared knowledge and controlled the experimental group and conducted surveys among students. The research involved 86 students of the experimental group and 85 students of the control group. It is also important to note that all classes were public for teachers and were attended by a total of 24 teachers. 3 teachers have realized classes. Methodology. The research used methods of analysis and synthesis, as well as comparative methods for theoretical conclusions, as survey and testing were used to collect data. The data collected were statistically processed in MC Excel, and during 2 school hours, the students at the first experimental group processed the same topic in different traditional and contemporary ways. Based off their experience through the discussion, they prepare a new lesson to share their knowledge with peers from another city through a video conference. Video conference was realized through Skype. Since the acquired knowledge, he was presented to students of another school via video links. People were forced to prepare the lecture for an acknowledged audience, which made, of course, this task more difficult, but it was even more challenging. Additionally, one of the web tools used daily, Skype, has also received an education dimension. I'm sorry, just a second. Just to check. Here you can look statistic of results. So this is a result of the test experimental group conducted at the next school hours through a 15-minute check. So like you see, in the Cape date, 97 students have basic level of knowledge. This is experimental group. 40 students have intermediate level. High level have 15 students, and 18 students fail it on to satisfy the basic level. What happened with control group? The results of the test control group conducted the next school hours through a 15-minute check, and indicated that 97 students have basic level of knowledge. 40 students have intermediate level, 21 higher level, and again 18 students fail it to satisfy the basic level. About these results, given that the vast majority of students have computers, the internet and mobile phones available, the daily presence of ICT is not strange to them. For this reason, results of this survey in which students expressed their views about the previous 3 school hours of mathematics were not be unexpected. Namely, the students of the experimental group stated that even 87% of them were interested in classes, while this was not the case with the student who listened in the classes in the traditional manner, and 48% of them state are bored in classes, and even 42 have not concrete attitude. Teaching, which was organizing in the principles of activated teaching and ACT, according to the students' assessment, require their engagement during all school hours. So 94% of students say the control group members actively participate in exercise, which was confirmed by 61% of the students, while 27 of them considers that there are not requirements to actively participate in the teaching process. 93% of the students of experimental group declared himself that he did not want to change anything in the way of school hours realization, while even 84% of them, of the control group, considered that the way of work should change. The motive is one of the most important factors for successful process in acquiring knowledge, especially in the subject mathematics, which is extremely complex and difficult for students. The result of the presented survey showed that application of ICT in the teaching strengthens students' motivation. And originality value, as expected, all three hypotheses has been proven by this research. In January, students of the experimental group were interested at math classes based on active teaching, where all the students were involved.
Dr. Elena,
Yes.
sorry for interrupting. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
5 minutes left.
I'm almost done.
Thank you.
In January, students of this experimental group were interested at math classes based on active teaching, where all the students were involved in learning new content, where teams were come to 4 and started many other abilities of students, which causes of the emergence of a strong motive to explore as much as possible for purpose of self-learning, but also teaching peers from other schools. All of this, as a final result, has a much better achievements of the text of the knowledge. And just a second, about contribution. By introducing education software into the immediately teaching process, mathematics teachings can be improved and modernized and thus keep pace with the technological achievements of 21st century. Change in the teaching of mathematics imply inevitable changes in the methodology of teaching mathematics. This will also require a change in the teacher personality as his role in teaching. The teachers will guide the students on how to learn and not what to learn. In this way, students will be creators of their own equations of knowledge and will have to take responsibility for their education. Learning mathematics will not longer be something that the students will give into, but something that we will tackle and get the most out, aware of this role in the real and creative environment, of course. And this is all. I hope since I was fast to thank you for your attention.
Presentation. Now we will have the 5 minutes for a Q&A session. So please, do you have any question? Anybody from the audience has any question? Online also, do you have any question? Okay, so Dr. Elena, I was wondering to which extent you think that what you did and the results that you mentioned could be applied for other courses, other than, let's say, mathematical courses?
I think that yes, this can apply for the other mathematical, and not only mathematical, and for the other science. And we have opportunity to see last 3 years, my country, how is to including experimental group in this research. To include people to be online, to research and to show the knowledge. So we see that the results in the beginning was bad because we don't want to accept this. But now, after 3 years, we see that all students and all teachers are more creative. And yes, all of this can be used in all other mathematical things and or other sciences.
Okay, and how this could, let's say, change the role of the teacher regarding teaching such courses?
We have, for example, problem if older people, it's not only in for example, when you are studying, it's in the school. Older people difficult accept these new things to include all technical things, what is future, but younger teacher accept everything, include everything, and see that it's much easy to work with students and with child, and the results it's much better because you give opportunity to these students or child to be creative, to show what can research, can everything. And yes, teacher is the most important person who needs to push students and to show students how to be creative, how to use all knowledge, how to have everything. It's not only about book and to be on traditional way, to include ICT, to include, to use the different way, different things.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question, please? Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Yelena. Thank you for your presentation. So now let's proceed to our next presentation for Dr. Yelena Rajovic. Dr. Yelena will talk about the link between the English language and digital transformation. So Dr. Yelena Rajovic, can you hear me? If you are ready, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much.
Can you? Okay. Good afternoon. First of all, it's been a great pleasure to be here today and to participate in such a great conference. My task today is to present you the results of the research titled The Link Between the English Language and Digital Competencies, conducted by my colleague Nebojša Denić from the University of Pristina and me from the Academy of Applied Studies of Kosovo and Metohija from Leposavić, also Serbia. So I have Can you hear me?
Yes.
But I can't see my presentation. Do you see my presentation?
Just a minute, Dr. Yelena. It seems you clicked on stop sharing. We'll share the slides again.
Okay. But I have problems with control. I can't change the slides if you can.
Yes, just give it just give us a few minutes, please.
No problem. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Dr. Yelena, we're just navigating to your slides.
Okay,
Once
no
we're
problem.
there, you can just click on Take Control.
To click on, sorry?
Take Control.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? Go ahead.
Dr. Elena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So please, can you proceed with your presentation? You can use the PowerPoint from your side. Don't share them until we fix the issue. So please, can you proceed with your presentation while we are fixing the issue regarding this, the PowerPoint?
Okay, okay.
Thank you so much.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
You can see it now.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay, I will try to be as fast as possible. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, first of all, let me explain the motivation and the idea for this research. We try to investigate the problem that is present in the non-English speaking countries that exist among students population in regard to the relationship between the digital literacy and English language knowledge. So far, many studies have been dealing with these issues related to the application of digital technologies in learning and teaching English language. And to our knowledge, not much attention has been given to the importance of the English language in acquiring digital competencies, important both for academic and professional achievements. Digital competencies are surely important for the future professionals who will practice their academic knowledge and different work positions. However, having in mind that the digital revolution is mainly achieved through the English language as the lingua franca of new technologies, the question is, to what extent are university students to whom English language is not a mother tongue confident to learn and acquire new digital skills? Therefore, the aim of this research is to investigate the university students' self-confidence in their knowledge of the English language in relation to the use of digital technologies, their attitudes toward these technologies, their related skills and competencies, of course, and their satisfactions and needs. The methodology applied in this study includes descriptive and quantitative analysis. The participants were students from the Academy of Applied Studies of Kosovo and Metohija, and in Serbia, and in totally 74 students participated the study as the instrument of the research, the adopted questionnaire in order to assess students' digital and language knowledge and their perceived skills and their attitudes towards the use of digital technology in regard to the English language was used. In order to facilitate the data collection, Serbian translation was provided along with the English version before the online questionnaire was distributed via Google Forms to the participants included in this study. And for data analysis, the SPSS software was used. As I said, 74 participants were included into the studies, 21.62 females and 78.72 0.38 males, and average age of participant is 19 years. The first set of questions was aimed to for getting insight into the level of language, both language and digital skills of students, and for the language estimation of the language skills, we use the European framework of reference for languages, and students had opportunity to self-assess their language skills. And based on the results, the majority of students, their reading, writing, and listening skills estimated as upper intermediate or B2 level, speaking and grammar skills as intermediate or B1 level, and vocabulary as upper intermediate or B2 level. Regarding the digital skills, there is a slight difference between those students who estimated their web searching engine skills as intermediate or advanced. Web design application skills for majority of students estimated as the lack of one. Multimedia application skills for majority of students is either basic or advanced, so there is a slight difference. Database application also for majority of students is basic, according to their opinion. Presentation application, word processing application skills, and communication application skills also belongs to intermediate level. The following set of questions aim to estimate which interface participants are using while using the social networks, whether it's a Serbian or English interface. And based on the results obtained, as you may see on this graph presented, the students are mostly using Serbian interface while using blog, Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, Telegram, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and video games. The difference is only in the YouTube and TikTok, while the significant difference is noticeable in using the video games, where the large majority of students are actually, the participants are actually using English interface. The following set of questions was aimed to determine how able participants are to assess digital and online English language mass media. So majority of students occasionally surf the internet through the variety of internet browsing using English language version. Also, the majority, 97.30% of students never assess an online English language class. Occasionally, majority occasionally log into several English language social media sites. They occasionally use the internet to assess English language mass media of various culture. The majority of students stated they are always determine English language media channels appropriate for them, and majority occasionally adapt to changes in English language teaching and online learning technology. The following set of statements was aimed to determine, to get the insight into the awareness of participants about online English mass media. So majority in this case of participants, 39.90%, are not sure whether they are able to identify the implied message transmitted in online English mass media. There is a slight difference between those who agree, are not sure, and disagree whether they are able to identify the political, economic, cultural, and social priorities of online English language mass media. The majority of students also agree that they are able to identify for what purpose the media message will form, to identify the positive and negative side of the cultural representation in online English language mass media, to learn new things about other cultures from the online activities, to use internet to improve their English language skills, which is very encouraging. And also there is a slight difference between those who agree and disagree, that they are able to decide on their own whether the messages in online English language mass media are correct or incorrect. The following set of statements was aimed to get the to investigate, basically to investigate the importance of English language for the participants in improving their digital competencies. So I will just name the few results. The rest you can read from the table. For example, the 87.84% agrees that they prefer to use Serbian keywords while browsing the internet. And the majority of students, which is also encouraging, agrees that English language helps them to improve their digital competence, that the knowing of English language can provide them with a better understanding of virtual reality, that they think that knowing English helps to better cope with all digital challenges that may be encountered online, and that English language helps them to improve their digital competencies. The findings reveal that the most of the students have positive attitudes towards the technologies. However, they find English language as a barrier in developing their digital competencies. Students are aware of the importance of the English language for coping of the existing and new challenges that are and may be encountered online and in virtual world. We think that the findings of this research may be taken into account for the revision of the existing education policies in Serbia regarding the position and practice of the English language related to the acquisition of digital competencies among university students. And also findings can be applied to any other non-English speaking country where university students also have the same or similar problems and barriers related to English language and digital competencies. Of course, these findings and following research should not be limited only to the university students. They also may be applied to secondary school students. And finally, it is expected that the results of this research raise the awareness of the importance of the English language in the present global education and employment scene, as well as to point out to the importance and significant synergy between English language competencies and digital competencies, which is more than evident. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Elena, for your presentation. Okay, so now we will have the 5 minutes for a Q&A session.
Okay.
So please, anybody has any question? Any question from the audience? Any question from the online? Sorry? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. In fact, she mentioned two variables, one about the language and the other one about technology acceptance. So I just wonder, why did you include language in your project?
Because I'm teaching in this Academy of Applied Sciences. I teach to technical students, and I can see the generation that are coming with the really lack of English language necessary for understanding both technical English or technical side of English, and that also include these digital competencies. You know, they're very good at using these social networks, but you know they're using just basic features, you know. But for more complex things, they really need more advanced knowledge of English language.
Yeah, it looks like where language facilitates connectivity with technology.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a question from the online attendees, please. Dr. Margia.
Maria, yes.
Maria, sorry.
I don't have a question, but just a suggestion for you. Maybe you can examine the relationship between the level of the English skills, maybe measured by English proficiency index, and also the level of digital skills. You can find the data on, it is available on the World Bank database, so maybe this will be your future research.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Elena. So now let's proceed for our third presentation. Okay. Should I?
She controls this. She controls the sound. Yeah. Anna, 15 minutes. Seattle. Yeah, but she has it on a flash. I think she has it on a flash, so we can use it. Yeah. Have it on flash. You have it on flash? No, but flash is not. Flash is not. They're all after each other, so you have to bring them down. You have to do it slowly, so you can have it here. Yeah. Oh, very good. Very good.
What we can do this.
Yeah.
Screen sharing from here. Unable to the screen sharing.
Excellent.
Yes. Yes. Got it. Okay, sir.
In case I want to move that.
It's not?
No, let's start from here. So.
Yeah. It's not.
Okay, so back from here. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, colleagues. Being the last presenter, I know everyone wants to leave, so I want to make it short and also more interactive so you don't get bored of me. Our study is part of a project, funded project. So this is a qualitative study. And so it doesn't have much data to analyze and talk about rather than the qualitative data itself. So let me start with the definition or sorry. Thank you. That was very quick. So going back. Okay, so that's number one. What? Thank you again. So, okay. It's showing here. Okay. Repeated this one. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Now, the fourth industrial revolution, if you want just to put one word next to it, it's about connectivity. And connectivity is in all our life in disciplines. So I'm talking about, connectivity in everything. Now, going to the automotive industry, the electric cars have been defined as if it is part of the connectivity industry. So going to talk about autonomous cars, that means you're talking about highly connected environment. Now, when we talk about autonomous, cars, it doesn't mean it's driverless. In fact, they have defined 5 levels or 6 levels if you want to include the 0 actually with it, where you have full autonomy and driverless cars, where you talk about level 5 or 4 and above, sorry. But before that, you're talking about cars that have already assistance in terms of, you know, being connected or not. Okay, I lost my focus on that for a while. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Marcel. Okay, colleagues, have you heard about autonomous taxis starting, in fact, in China? And you're talking about something like Auto X with 1,000 cars now operating perfectly well in China. And you have similar models being done, in fact, in other countries. So what is the difference? Why we have it, in fact, very much successful in one country rather than another? In our study, we're shedding the light on the value proposition that has to be defined by, in fact, sellers or car dealers in like a market, which is like Kuwait, for example. That's a growing market for such kind of autonomous and electric cars. Now, everybody knows about the market in Kuwait. That is, in fact, petrol is cheap, and introducing electric cars, would it be feasible or not? It needs a lot of structural, you know, development. So going this way. Okay. Going back.
Big one is for the next slide.
Okay, that's the one. But it's not playing. Yeah. Okay. So how autonomous vehicles are perceived in Kuwait market? To what extent the various levels of autonomous driving satisfy the current and future needs of the, you know, customers here? And how can car dealers formulate their value proposition to their target market and potential customers? The technology acceptance model is a very famous one. We focused on 2 variables there, the perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness for connected cars or electric cars or even, you know, autonomous cars. This thesis is part of, as I said, a larger project where we have worked on connected electric vehicles or your connected autonomous electric vehicles. That's called CAVES. Okay, here we focus only on autonomous cars and the perception of that in Kuwait. Now, following the pandemic, we have noticed that many car dealers, very famous ones, like, for example, Al-Zayani, who has the Bentley, who's got, for example, a Jaguar. He introduced Chinese cars. And these Chinese brands, they've been, in fact, going like a trend in the Kuwaiti market. So here we ask ourselves, I mean, why agents like Al-Ghanem, for example, who's got a wide range of marques, car brands, and he's already introducing, for example, Chery. Or, for example, Al-Mutawwa Al-Qadi, for example, who's the agent for Kia, is introducing, for example, Changan or GAC. Now, you see there are encroachment in the market. And as Ben Sida said, there are, in fact, either a low-end encroachment or a high-end encroachment when you get like a perception of innovation in certain markets, like, you know, growing or emerging markets like Kuwait. So in this study, we have gone qualitatively. We have done interviews with drivers, those who are expats, Kuwaitis. We have spoken to sales reps from car dealers. And we have formed focus groups, interviews, personal observations, and we looked at, in fact, the perception of people on that. Now, the results, I can say it's very much coming in line with previous studies being done in Asia. For example, the Kuwaiti market, especially the rich customers, they would prefer to have a second car, that second car could be having levels of autonomy, but it's not fully autonomous. If you tried any autonomous features in the cars in Kuwait, they will work only on certain roads that they are really good. But if you go out of the highways, you will have problems where the car will lose its, in fact, control over its autonomous features. So it's not safe yet. So you have to prepare the road network for that kind of introduction of these type of cars. So that's why we see the high-end cars, like, for example, Jaguars or Audi, have introduced different levels of autonomy. And these levels of autonomy, they work well in Kuwait, and people like it, because it still requires a driver assistance actually on it. And that's level 1, 2, and 3. Now, the Audis, for example, recently they have introduced the traffic jam assistance. So if you are driving your car in a traffic jam, you can, have your hands off, and the car itself can, in fact, manage itself because it's surrounded by cars from all directions. So you don't need to worry about it. It will forward itself and brake and control itself in a better way. But when you go higher, this is where you need, in fact, to consider the safety factors in that. Well, the interesting part of our study is the high-end marques, like, for example, Audi, BMWs, for example, Mercedes. If they introduced electric cars, they will find a market for it, but as a second car for rich, in fact, customers. They would definitely have it. Also, they will buy it as a NEV, they call it, like a neighborhood electric vehicle, and that will have autonomous features as well. However, if you talk about the Chinese cars that have been introduced in Kuwait following the pandemic, that found a market at a low-end encroachment, and that means that it is growing up. And we have seen within the last 2 years, I remember when we first wrote the first paper in 2018, now we're in 2022, you can see Chinese cars with very high, in fact, features, and it includes a lot of autonomous driving levels and features, and they are in fact growing up into the market. So you can see a very highly luxurious car, a Chinese, and you're ready to pay 10,000 KD or more actually for it. So that's what we saw in the market of Kuwait. That is in fact most Chinese cars, although not all are electric, but in fact they are climbing up, and they're going in a steady way where you will find them, in fact, adopted even at the high end as well. Now, where can we use autonomous cars in Kuwait? What I mean by that, driverless. And that is a market that should be either controlled or it is part of a smart city setup. And I haven't seen it yet, in fact, in Kuwait, but in fact, it can be applied in the airport, aviation. For example, we have the customs, for example, ports, not delivery for everywhere. Again, it has to be controlled area until you get, in fact, that being transporting safely. So companies like DHL or FedEx or transportation companies, they will find it quite useful for them. But that is, in fact, within, like in the oil sector. You have controlled areas, and that's how they, in fact, operate with it. I had to cut short my presentation with the kind of things, so excuse me if I lost my focus on the first 10 minutes, but I hope, in fact, I have given you an overview. I have ignored the presentation because of that. So if you have any question, please, I'm happy to answer that. Yeah.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Thank you, Dr. Sam, for your presentation.
Yes.
Anybody has any question, please?
So I just want to know what is the main entrance of, like the car that we both test drove together, Tesla X, that was basically making changes, and on the 30, why can not you have a infrastructure that allows that car to go in?
You reminded me, thank you, Andre. We have tested Tesla X in Kuwait, and that was a very interesting, in fact, experience. With the owner, we have gone over the main roads, and he already operated the autonomous features of the car. And you can see it, so it's been working very good on main roads. But of course, it will lose focus when you have, roads that have, changes and repairs and things like that. Well, that one, I remember one of the interviewed people, he said to me, Sam, I had to pay something like 20 KT to bring my car from Abdali area or something like that. The reason, it tells you that you can have it for one charge for 500 kilometers, but it's not actually 500 kilometers. The reason, the high heat of Kuwait, the air conditioning, and other features consumed by the battery will reduce the service or in fact, the kilometers that has been cut. So I've seen cases where people have said, look, I have used electric cars, but I cannot rely to go to the desert or to go to the camps area and things like that, because it may give me a hard time and you had to charge it again. And that's not yet been here. But neighborhood cars, lovely. And if you remember the one we have been in Sahara, there was a nice, in fact, exhibition about electric cars in Kuwait. Many of the buyers, they were using it as neighborhood car, and they use it in supermarket, places like around, and they are very happy to drive an electric car. It's being charged for 400, 500 kilometers, but definitely there are many concerns, and those who would like to have the value proposition to introduce these cars, they have to go back to Alex Oswelder, value proposition canvas, and you see what are the pains, what are the gains, and what are the jobs to be done for these people. And the promotion language should be very much cognitive, that they have to provide assurances that this car, for example, is safe to operate under heat, the battery will not be having a problem. Everybody knows that Kuwait has many speed humps, so that affect, in fact, the car because the battery usually at the bed of the car. So there are many safety issues that people need to be convinced about it, regardless of how much you have already made it clear and good in your promotional campaigns, but people need to be safe and sure about it before they buy a car. I noticed that also hybrid cars that were introduced by Al Sayer here in Kuwait, some people, they liked it. And in fact, some of them are expatriates who bought that and to use it for a few years and then send it back to their home country. So that could be probably another type of segment of customers who are willing to use these kind of cars and of course enjoy the autonomous features that now it became like a competition between car dealers or manufacturers to include them in their cars. So you have not only, cruise control and hands-off in terms of, self-driving and self-parking, but there's a lot of features that have been added to the car, but not fully autonomous. As I said, fully autonomous, no one still have the confidence that it will be safe to be operated in Kuwait. Although I've seen cars operated partially autonomous, and the regulations here, they haven't really covered that in a specific way. So it looks like there is another step going to progress to that level in the Gulf. Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr.
I know
Sam.
you're all ready to go. Thank you very much for giving me the time to talk about this project, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to thank all our presenters and thank you so much. This is the end of the last session for today. Now I will leave you with Ms. Rola. Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to give me that, or you have to do mics?
No, I don't have.
Use it, yeah.
Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. So really, thank you very much. Wallah al-Azim. It was a very well organized conference. Thank you, Marcel. Thank you, Dr. Vladimir. Thank you, Dr. Farid. Thank you, all my colleagues, with no exception, really. It was just teamwork that you really did a great job. I think with a little bit of more aggressive marketing campaigns, we could have been even more effective in reaching out for more people. But
honestly, you've been a great team. I'm so proud of being part of this team, and you all rock today. Thank you for our volunteers, our students, Bayatuha Kaman. Thank you very much for being with us all the time. Really, it was such a great day. I enjoyed it, very professional. We really deserve a weekend. We really deserve a weekend. So to end this happy professional day, I would like to tell our online speakers that we will be sending you digital certificates. Thank you very much for your participation. You've added a lot to us, especially by sharing your experiences from other countries. Thank you very much for being with us. And I would like to call our speakers who were here to please come on stage with Dr. Farid, please, to give you your certificates. Thank you very much. I'll start by calling the names, okay? So we'll start with Dr. Vladimir. Awesome. Dr. Vladimir Semovich, thank you for being the leader in this very thank you. Dr. Mirna Safi. Let her come. Dr. Doha Mtawan. Is Engineer Muhammad Iyad here? Engineer Muhammad Iyad Al-Khayami. Did Dr. Rana leave? Professor Alper, did Dr. Rana leave? Yes, she left. Dr. Faden. I need this. Oh, sorry. Professor Steve, where's Professor Steve? He left. He was with us since morning. I think he left. Mr. Hamad Al-Wazan. Thank you. Engineer Christophorus. I really apologize for our Greek colleagues because your family names are so hard. Dr. Andre Otison. Dr. Sam Toglu. Last but not least, our beautiful Dr. Budur Shakhs. They're absent. They left. He's not here. Yeah. Thank you again. I don't know what to tell you except that great job. Love you all. Have a great weekend. Marcel, you want to say words? Oh. We leave? Shall we leave? Shall we leave?